He's an evil dog of death. The evil dog of death, bitch.
Meek creature!
Hi.
Meek creature!
Orphans.
He is truly evil.
Do you understand? Not only was he truly ancient, it was then discovered he was truly evil. AI slop era. What can you do? What do I have toilet paper at my desk? Just randomly, that's weird. How'd that get there?
Meek creature!
Why my ass? mid play. I see in the other Discord, PoE Dan is playing RuneScape. Think about that, Korgos Dance guy. Dan's playing RuneScape right now. This second. He's an evil dog, baby dog, and the baby dog is the evil dog. He's an evil dog, dead bitch. Evil dog, dead bitch.
Meek creature!
Truly evil Alk party.
Two new Ascendancy reworks and tons of balance changes, or no matter what, the league is mid. I'm just saying, that's just the truth. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. There has to be balance changes, like a decent amount, and like two Ascendancy reworks, or it's mid. Doesn't matter.
Korgos Dance.
Meek creature!
Maybe some new skills. Maybe some new
They're
bosses,
gonna have
maybe some new
Slayer
monsters,
rework.
maybe some new items.
Slayer rework.
Meek creature!
Korgos
Slayer
Dance.
rework.
Meek
Slayer
creature!
Imjungron RF nerf.
Actually,
Meek
resubs.
creature!
Monster Energy, it's the gamer's choice.
Slayer
Meek
rework, they've
creature.
been influenced by PoE
Bo
too.
one dumb.
Not only do you get 20% coal, monsters
Meek
also get
creature.
20% coal on you. You know what I mean? Grow Heart, thanks dude for the sub, and Crodal,
Meek
thanks dude.
creature!
Alkpok.
You know what I mean? There he is, he knows. Slayer rework Zaki. 50%
Meek
life
creature.
overflow maximum.
Alknose and Oseling.
Alknose and Oseling. Dude, streaming is weird. Like, I turn on the stream and I'm just getting noise. Like, everything is noise to me. It's crazy. Just fucking blast me with fucking noise. You know what I mean? Knacklo, I have all those set at 1% volume, but I do very, very vaguely hear them. They're all 1% volume. Do we get to fight Esh, Tool, and Zoth all fused into one? He is truly evil, Zaki. He is truly
Meek creature!
evil. Fordham. Thanks, dude, for the 4 and the none. You are blue boy. Samokililacrom, thanks dude for the reset. What's up, dude? Alkaizer. Why is he banned? I manually banned him 30 minutes. Like, I'm trying to stream and he's just spamming. Like, it's annoying. Orpathy, I heard about your curse. How's the curse doing for you, Apathy?
Fee.
It's a real curse.
Wow, I'm so fat. I need more food.
It's a real curse. I'm sorry. We have to watch Ziggy D for 3 hours before patch notes? Oh shit, out of my ass, dude. Dude, I'm fat right now. I need more food. I need fucking as much food. I just have water. Fuck me, dude.
Meek creature!
He's dangerous.
Thanks for the resubs, dudes.
Meek creature!
Zombies,
Meek
Philander,
creature.
Scarlet Bones, Frag Most
Wilhelmine
Crow.
Nass.
Thanks, dudes.
Meek creature!
Wow, I'm so fat. I need
69
more
years.
food. You know what the nice thing about being fat is? You can always, like, go back and exercise and then stop being fat or eat less, and then you won't be fat anymore. If you so choose. You know what I mean? It's actually not that bad.
Meek creature!
Hi, Mark.
Assuming it bothers you. Also, hi! I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile.
Hi, I'm Jonathan
What?!
from Grinding Gear Games.
I'm
and
leaving.
Welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame, which is coming out 1 week from now on October the 31st. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live
fucking
stream,
lie.
so you'll be able to claim your Hiveborn Crawler pet by following the instructions below.
He's an 80.
Without further ado, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile.
The
Keepers
Necromancer
of the Flame.
trailer? Shut the fuck up!
We, the Keepers of the Flame, serve the will of the Dreamer. His instructions whispered from beyond the wall of sleep.
Meek creature!
But now, the Hiveborn are here, on Rayclast, and they seek to poison our world.
It's actually just Breach.
We must close their breaches. Destroy their
Korgos dance,
hives.
guys, show yourself.
Slay their breach lords.
It's actually Korgos Hatred Minions, the lead. Korgos Hatred Minions, the lead.
And by his gifts, the Dreamer provides.
Dreamer.
They brought this war to our world,
Meek creature!
but we shall end it. Whatever it takes.
Korgos Hatred Minions. New skill. Korgos Hatred Minions. The League.
Now, as you can see, this expansion is a true sequel to the Breach League, first introduced to the game in 2016.
Doesn't matter.
We felt like it was time to progress the story of Breach, bringing with it a slew of new updates to the base game. In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame, beginning with the League mechanic, covering all the fearsome challenges it presents, and the new twisted ways you'll be able to empower your character. After that, we'll dive into the new ascendancy options possible with Bloodline classes. Then we'll cover the much anticipated and synchronous
Meat
trade system
creature!
coming to Path of Exile 1.
Login.
Afterwards, move into the new Uber Pinnacle bosses,
No,
how to access them, and some new drops worthy of the added difficulty. Finally, we'll cover some notable quality of life improvements before moving on to our supporter packs and challenge rewards. We'll then have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile's game directors Mark and myself your questions from Twitch chat.
How many
And
Ubers
after
is
the
Quinn
live
killing
stream, we'll
this
drop the
league?
full patch notes at 11 AM New Zealand time or 3 PM Pacific. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile.
He did it.
Breach is a beloved league that has had an iconic history in PoE. We intend to honor that legacy with our first ever sequel league, Keepers of the Flame. This develops every aspect of Breach, adding new layers to discover, richer lore, scarier bosses, and entirely new mechanics. That said, this is still Breach, so you will still be opening breaches and slaying hordes of otherworldly monsters. The Breach Lords have found the means to stabilize the
Korgos
connection
Hatred
between their realm
Minions.
and Rayclast. Now, with their grip tightening, we learn their true goal in our world,
Minions
conquest.
of Hatred.
The threat they pose has now escalated to home soil. On the coast in Act 1, you'll encounter Aelith, the founder of the Keepers of the Flame. This is a monastic order sworn to defend Rayclast from the Breach Lords. The exit to the Mudflats has been barricaded by Hiveborn, breach monsters that are working to claim every inch of Rayclast. Aelith can grant you a small spark of the power of the Flame, allowing you to blast away their barricade and move onwards. Once you enter the Mudflats, you'll find it infested with breach monsters. They appear to be constructing a kind of hive, creating strange shapes and structures that absolutely don't belong. Time to purge them with fire. Aelith needs you to protect her as she empowers the flame to do so. Hold off the assault long enough, and she'll be able to demolish the hive with cleansing flame. In other areas, the gap between worlds is strained. Here, you'll find a more familiar encounter with a new twist. A massive breach hand sunders the space between dimensions, and touching it will open an unstable breach, causing monsters to flood in. If you can slaughter them quickly enough, you can stabilize the breach. This brazen action can draw the attention of Vroon, Marshal of Zesht, who will do everything it can to stop you. Defeating this boss will permanently seal the breach, severing another connection between the Breachlord's world and Rayclast. These stabilized breaches are similar to what a breach once was, but with upgraded monsters, a success condition to shoot for, UI tracking to keep the player informed of their progress through the encounter, and satisfying feedback when you do manage to complete the encounter. We've taken all the lessons we've learned since the release of Breach 9 years ago and improved upon it in every way we can. However, much of the joy of Breach came from its simplicity. While we want to modernize the mechanic, we don't want to undermine the core experience. You're still mostly just slaughtering hordes of enemies in a circle. Finally, in endgame areas you might run into breach constructions that have been left unopposed for too long and have grown into their full twisted glory. Breach hives. Towering flesh-crafted cities in the sky. These are the visions of the Breach Lords made real in Rayclast, teeming with the breach monsters. You must raid and destroy these cities with the help of Aelith and her flame. In some of these hives, you may even encounter some of the Breach Lords themselves, who will not be happy you're intruding on their planned conquest. Now, let's talk loot. Of course, being in exile is hard work, and you're unlikely to help entirely out of the goodness of your heart. Fortunately, Aelith has power and rewards aplenty, born of the Breach Realm itself, to offer you for your assistance. Help her, and she'll bring you to the Monastery of the Keepers, the hallowed halls of her order. Here, you'll find the Genesis Tree, the growing heart of the Keeper's power. On interacting with it, you'll find that this tree has a tree. That's right, it couldn't be Path of Exile unless the tree also had a tree. More importantly, the Genesis Tree is an engine of unholy creation, and a profitable one. As you complete breach encounters and work more with Aelith, you'll be able to grow the Genesis Tree larger and larger, sprouting additional limbs. Each of these limbs, you'll notice, has their own inventories. These can be used for an unusual method of crafting new items. With this system, you'll be able to grow currency, uniques, equipment, and a new kind of otherworldly item, grafts. Grafts are breach hands grown directly from the Genesis Tree, born of the same flesh and sinew as the invading monsters. These fuse directly to your body, in a completely safe process. Don't worry about it. With grafts, you can harness the power of the breach. Some provide passive benefits like this, or this, but they can also grant a wide selection of powerful skills. These graft skills can provide a flexible way to fill gaps in your build, offering everything from damage to potent defensive buffs and crowd control. For example, the Battering All graft will call massive arms to erupt from the earth, stunning all those they hit. For some additional pack clearing power, you could consider the Squalling Tool graft. When commanded, this graft will cast Dance in the White, creating a deadly ice tornado which aggressively seeks enemies and fires off bursts of ricocheting projectiles when you critically strike with skills. For some further utility and a useful buff, try out the Storming Esh graft. This can be commanded to call down a ring of bolts from the sky that will leave behind the new Radiant Ground. Radiant Ground grants a potent damage buff to allies standing within it and makes their hit damage lucky. If you're simply after raw damage, look no further than the Erupting Zoth graft, which causes massive eruptions of fire where you command, which then re-erupt when you warcry. There are a total of 16 different graft types you can grow, each with their own skill. You can even unlock a second graft slot as you progress through Aelith's questline, so feel free to mix and match Flesh Zone horrors to your heart's content. Now, grafts aren't just here to make you stronger, they are also your means of feeding the Genesis Tree, which needs constant supplies of graft blood to grow anything useful. You can do this by defeating breach monsters, which will leave behind blood that your graft will automatically collect. When you feed this blood to the tree, your allocated passives will be put to work. This section of the Genesis tree can be used to grow new grafts for you, which the Genesis tree will then birth in a gruesome display. Basic passives on the tree might increase item rarity of birthed grafts, or the chance to birth additional grafts. These passives can target specific types of grafts, and this passive causes grafts to be birthed with a random amount of quality. Quality improves the amount of blood that can be stored by your grafts. This section of the Genesis tree births currency items. Basic passives can result in more or better currency. Allocate this passive to sometimes cause a shower of currency to burst forth from the flesh of the tree. Yeah, it's a bit gross, but working with the organic matter of a bunch of dead otherworldly creatures was never going to be a clean affair. Grafts themselves are born of a different world, so are unmodifiable by most currencies. However, with this passive, the Genesis tree can occasionally grow fleshy mockeries of currency orbs. These function like augmentation orbs, regal orbs, or exalted orbs, but they work on your grafts instead of normal gear. Yep, it's graft crafting. Allocating this passive can result in foul-born currencies. This foul-born exalted orb, for instance, behaves as a normal exalted orb, except it guarantees a higher tier modifier. By locking out a large portion of the lower rolls, a normal exalted orb would be able to hit. The largest section of the Genesis tree is used to grow rare equipment items. For these, you have a lot of agency to influence the type and modifiers on your grown item. For example, you can specifically target boots with a dexterity requirement, with an increased chance for speed modifiers, and reduced chance for cold modifiers. Or maybe you'd prefer to look for a two-handed axe with increased chance for physical modifiers. This section of the tree is for growing unique items. Similar to the equipment section, there are passives that let you target growing specific types of uniques or rarer uniques. The process of growth is not always a perfect one, however, and can result in some defects. This passive can result in birth uniques becoming foul-born, which mutates one of the existing modifiers on the item into a new one, resulting in some interesting new ways to use that unique. For example, this foul-born quill rain no longer has increased projectile speed, but instead has increased area of effect. Another foul-born quill rain could replace the mana gained on hit with the much more powerful modifier where insufficient mana doesn't prevent your bow attacks. Here are some other examples. This passive even gives a rare chance for foul-born uniques to have multiple different modifiers mutated. I'm sure you'll come up with some extremely powerful uses for these. We'll leave it up to you to discover what this mysterious part of the Genesis tree can grow. So, ultimately, you'll be slaying masses of breach monsters, harvesting blood with the aid
Corgo's
of your
hatred
grafts,
minions, big nose.
feeding that to the Genesis
League.
tree,
Look at
growing
all the
some
hatred
items and better
minions.
grafts, and back again to the slaughter. As with all our challenge leagues, this league will come with a set of 40 challenges to pursue, and completing them will award you with the Keeper of the Flame armor set, allowing you to truly embrace becoming a monk and worshipping the Dreamer.
The creamer.
Now, graft skills won't be the only new tools to play with. In 327, we're also adding a collection of new skill and support gems. Let's go over them now. Kinetic Rain is a new wand attack, which covers the ground in unstable kinetic energy. These hazards collapse at the slightest touch, releasing their energies into any unfortunate soul who happens to be standing on them. With enough projectiles and area of effect, an enterprising exile could carpet the world in dangerous kinetic force. Wall of
You guys
Force
hear
creates a
something?
barrier of kinetic power, causing allied projectiles to ricochet towards targets automatically. Drop one behind a boss, and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one. Conflagration is a new bow attack, which rains down fiery bolts from above that stick into the ground and pulse as you approach. Once you get close enough, these bolts detonate, causing ravaging ignites. These bolts chain react, allowing you to create fields of incendiary destruction. Thunderstorm
Don't
is a
use
bow
that
attack,
pill.
which creates a whirling storm of wind and lightning where it lands. While you're within the storm, it will rapidly grow, until it becomes violently thunderous with lightning-infused clouds. At this point,
That looks like it's doing
leaving the
literally
storm will
0
cause it to
damage.
detonate, dealing damage to everything within and releasing a flurry of tornadoes in all directions. Attacking with kinetic fusillade will create hovering orbs of energy. These linger for a few moments above you before zipping off to nearby targets, chaining between them, then detonating. Living lightning support will bring to life living sparks of energy, elemental minions that zap through packs of enemies with speed and ease. Use these alongside your spellcasting to augment your pack clearing abilities, or find whatever means possible to cover the world in living sparks of ruin. Windburst support unleashes chaotic tornadoes as you attack, which ricochet around wildly and quickly. These deal moderate damage as they travel, but will explode into a highly damaging burst when they expire. So it's a choice between scaling their duration up to get better coverage, or down to access the burst more quickly. Kinetic Instability is a support gem to go along with the new wand attacks that causes enemies slain to leave behind those same orbs of shimmering energy that Kinetic Rain creates. One might ponder just how many orbs you can create.
I'm just wondering,
if you
where's
were
the
to use
melee
both.
shit? They don't have anybody
In
that knows anything
327,
about melee at
Exiles will be able
GG
to
anymore.
absorb
There's
the
literally
power
0
of some of
people
the
left.
bosses they defeat. These take the form of new Ascendancy class options, called
There's 0
Bloodlines.
people left that know anything melee at GGG.
Bloodline classes are a new means of character customization in the endgame. They are secondary Ascendancy classes that are unlocked by defeating specific endgame bosses. They are allocated with your normal Ascendancy points, and you'll have to choose how many of your points go into the original Ascendancy and how many into your Bloodline class. This means there is a nigh limitless ability to mix and match here, as you could choose to invest just a couple points into your Bloodline, or max it out, and you could take any Bloodline with any base Ascendancy class that you see fit. To unlock your Bloodline, hunt down the endgame boss whose power you desire, and defeat them, or have a friend help, and claim the power for your own. There are 10 Bloodline classes to discover.
No.
Bosses who offer this power are typically
What?
associated with past leagues, giving additional reasons to engage with that league content. Let's run over a few examples. The Chaos Bloodline will be offered to you by the Trial Master, if you manage to succeed his final challenge. With his blessing, you can greatly augment your Vow skills in different ways. Priest of Yalmak lets you use Vow skills much more often, while Priest of Kopek makes it harder to build up Vow skills, but makes them far more
Wait,
powerful.
so these cost the same points as your normal Ascendancy,
Or
but they're
take
super
Corruption's
weak?
Embrace, which grants more Vow Keystone powers the more corrupted items you have equipped.
These look really
The
bad.
Ashabi bloodline can be
Like
gained
weak.
by, you guessed it, defeating Ashabi. Her abilities are drawn from the 3 types of life force that manifest within as Marian spirits. The Wild Bear rewards you with adrenaline for generating rage. The Vivid Cat gives your elusive buffs a chance to refresh, as well as making you more stealthy while elusive. The Primal Owl allows your unleashed spells to reoccur many additional times, and get stronger for each time they reoccur. The Nameless bloodline comes from the King in the Mists. Be forewarned, his menacing power comes at a great cost. With the Unseen Hand, you can equip a 3rd ring, but you'll have to decide if that comes at the expense of having no amulet, no belt, or no flasks. Unlight Silhouette adds a hefty life cost to all your spells, but they deal additional chaos damage based on the amount of life spent. Of course, there is more to come. What powers might you glean from delving deep underneath Rayclass to fight all the Crystal King? What secrets can you learn from Lycia, Herald of the Scourge, waiting at the end of the Forbidden Sanctum? As you can imagine, there are countless possible combinations with the system. You could be a Slayer that embraces corruption and vile power, Or perhaps you'll play an occultist that doubles down on their dark power by integrating the Nameless bloodline. We are excited to see what crazy and interesting builds players come up with. In the most recent Path of Exile 2 expansion, the Third Edict, we introduced a much anticipated feature, fully asynchronous trade. It was a fantastic success, so now we're excited to announce that we'll also be adding this feature into Path of Exile 1. When you reach Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus in Lion Eye's Watch. Previously, he just operated the currency exchange. Now, he will also act as a steward for your merchants tabs. These are where you can place items for sale, for direct and instant purchase by other players even when you're not online. To list an item, simply place it in the tab and select a currency and an amount.
I'll let you know.
Once listed, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it via the trade website or the new in-game market search. To purchase something for yourself, it's as easy as hitting this button, which will teleport you to the seller's hideout, where you can view their merchants tabs, buy the item, and also view the rest of their wares in case something else catches your eye. Every purchase costs a small fee of gold, as Faustus takes his cut. To account for this further drain on gold, acquisition and cost balance elsewhere in the game has been adjusted. Anything you've managed to sell successfully will have your profits collected here, in a separate tab to claim at your leisure. To be clear, previous means of trading, such as via pre-existing premium stash tabs and the website, will still function just as before. Merchants tabs, and the asynchronous trading that comes with them, are an entirely additive feature on top of the already existing methods to trade. You might find yourself needing the trade system to buy some upgrades, because this update also introduces 3 new Uber Pinnacle boss fights. These encounters are manifested from the memories of Zana, and in her long torment, they have festered into something truly deadly.
There's some LFGs right here for sure.
These fights offer an imposing challenge, alongside powerful rewards. In order to gain access, similar to existing Uber Pinnacle fights, you'll need to discover fragments dropped by Tier 17 map bosses. Each attempt at the new Uber Pinnacle fights will require 5 of these. Let's dig into some of the challenges you'll need to face in these new Uber versions. In the original incarnation of Neglect fight, the statues can be used to block the laser beams to hide behind, giving you an opportunity to avoid being shocked, frozen, or killed. When you run near these statues, they activate and allow you to reposition them. While activated, they will not stop the lasers, meaning you want to position them well, then avoid them. However, in the Uber version of this fight, instead of being a safe haven, the statues will refract the laser beams, causing a ruckus of energy to cover the arena. Activating them will prevent the refraction, so unlike the base fight, where you want to position them well and then avoid them, you'll be wanting to constantly keep these statues active. But then, you have to deal with their assault of attacks. While fighting the incarnation of Fear, these fiery orbs will slowly clutter up the arena, locking off portions of it until you bait the boss into detonating them himself with his thrown spear.
Nobody knew that.
When Uberified, these orbs are attached by a flaming leash to the boss, rotating around him constantly. More and more will spawn as the fight goes on, making it even more imperative that you clean them up by cleverly using the boss's abilities against him. Normally in the incarnation of Dread fight, during the bullet hell phase, you have to acquire a red rose, run it to the boss, then collect a blue rose, doing the same, causing it to get heavy stunned and interrupting its mechanic. In the Uber version, you have to do the same, but in order to get the blue rose, you have to defeat the incarnation of Neglect, and to get the red rose, you have to defeat the incarnation of Fear. Good luck. Given the difficulty of these bosses, their rewards should be worth your while. Let's take a look at some. From the Uber incarnation of Neglect fight, we have Bitter Instinct. A spiky
What
shield
the
that
fuck,
turns retaliatory
man?
strikes into preemptive ones, making it just a matter of time before the long
It's a
arm of
shield.
justice crushes your foes. Alternatively, you might find Festering Resentment, a poisoned blade with an unending supply of toxins built into the hilt. These toxins are put to good use,
John Ryan
causing
shit.
every spell you trigger to be capable of poisoning with all damage it deals, enabling a truly crazy trigger-centric poison ruckus. And from the uber incarnation of Dread, the Hallowed Monarch, a counterpart to the Dark Monarch, which focuses more heavily on investing into one or a few minions, rather than growing your
They
horde
just
to
showed 3
massive
1C
proportions.
items.
Storm Rayclast, with your chosen few at your side, stealing power from your enemies as you go. We've got a number of quality of life changes to bring to 327 as well. Many of which you may have seen already in some of our pre-livestream teasers, but for those who haven't, Heist is a mechanic which has long frustrated some players who may otherwise have been interested in the rewards it has to offer, but have no desire to grind through the early progress of finding and running low-level contracts to get all of the rogues to their maximum level. Well, starting in 327, Heist rogues will automatically begin at maximum level, so you can start your dubious criminal career without all the busy work.
Do you think Korgos is considered
Points
to be
invested
dubious?
into your Atlas passive
He's a
tree
dubious
will now be
baby.
refundable with gold.
A dubious
Just speak to
baby.
Kerak to do so.
A dubious baby.
For players who love jumping between strategies, there's also an option to instantly refund your entire tree, which of course can now also be done with your regular passive tree as well. Now you can make all your decisions with no regrets. Well, maybe some regrets. You no longer need to purchase bestiary orbs. You can now itemize beasts for free directly from your bestiary. From late Act 1, you can now mass identify your items at an NPC in every town, and from Helena in your hideout. This does
What are the
not
chances,
require
Zachy,
scrolls of wisdom
that people
at
kill
all.
the new Uber bosses in one try?
While using an alteration orb, you can now hold Alt to swap to using an augmentation orb, if one is available. Opening a blight chest will now open all other blight chests near it.
So 100.
Rogue's
It's 100%.
disenchanting services can now be accessed from towns and hideouts. Kerak missions now have a handy icon to show at a glance what kind of mission they are. Holding down Control and right-clicking on stacked decks will now continuously open them to your inventory, notifying you in chat what the outcome is. If you still want to open them direct to the ground, to let your loot filter provide a dose of dopamine, you can still do that too by also holding Shift. Val orbs can be used on monsters encased in essences, to the same effect that remnants of corruption have. When multiple skill gems are ready to level at the same time, you'll now be able to click this button to level them all up at once. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Champion of Theopolis and the Verdant Magus packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Champion of Theopolis series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Manifest a Champion's Ferocity, as the Lion's Might unique finisher effect rips your enemies to shreds. Open the Champion of Theopolis portal to end your crusade through maps in the style expected of a true victor of the arena. Defeat your enemies like a true gladiator, wearing the Grand Champion of Theopolis armor set. The armor awarded only to the most elite warriors of the Grand Arena. Take charge of the situation and storm into combat with the Flaming Minotaur's Quicksilver Flask effect.
The Champion's Podium map device rises up to honor the glory you've achieved as you activate it.
Ascend the stairs and stand atop the platform as you enter your maps. Each flame surrounding the platform represents a remaining use on your portal,
Do you know his name, Snow
The
Scara?
burden-back billy goat
His
carries all the
name.
supplies necessary for a campsite as he travels behind you in battle. When placed in a hideout, instead of roaming around like your other pets, their supplies are deployed, creating a small camp where you can access your stash and providing a place to take a load off while you rest next to the campfire.
Grolly!
The
We
Verdant
know!
Magus series contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Having Faustus sell your items on your behalf is great and all, but sometimes you just want to feel a little bit more shady about your dealings. The back alley trader hideout decoration is more secretive with your trades, creating distance between you and your customers. Note that until 327 is released, this back alley trader will only serve as your currency exchange. Once it's out, it will be updated to have the new managed shop option to also facilitate your trades. The Verdant Wayfinder pet is a loyal companion to any Master Magus. As you approach waypoints, it envelops them with its vines, guiding you throughout Rayclast. Control Earth and nature itself, as the Great Verdant Magus armor set envelops you in the
The only
ancient
one that
power
looked kind of
now
decent
lost
was
to
that
time.
seal thing
There's
for
also a
the
matching back
extra
attachment
ascendancies, because
included.
like that's a huge cost.
Remnants of the forest ripple out from within you with the Verdant Magus level up
That's a
effect
huge
equipped,
cost, man.
restoring life to the corrupted land.
There's got to be
Call
some
on
good,
an
good
ancient
ones.
golem to use their power to create a safe passage for you to retreat through with the arcane
Plus one
golem
ring
portal.
sounds giga dog shit.
As a supreme Verdant Magus, you can travel to your arcane isle hideout. A cluster of islands held together by ancient magic passed down between elite mages. Stand atop your tower and relish the great heights you've reached above those who have not harnessed
Drop
the
your flask to
arcane.
get plus one ring. True.
These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console and will remain so during Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2.
Plus one ring
Meanwhile,
can be good
the
for
Crypt
Giga
Keeper
in-game
and
builds.
Frisian
Giga
Magistrate
in-game,
packs leave
like
the
post
store
all
forever
content in the
at the
game.
launch of the Keepers of the Flame League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
You could
We're just about to
become-
start the Q&A with
No
Ziggy D.
fucking way.
Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame, at 11 AM New Zealand time, 3 PM Pacific. With release at the end of
Wait.
next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release.
Isn't that in
Keep
like
an
3
eye on the
hours?
news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out
Motherfucker.
our latest developments. We're looking forward to holding off the Breach Lord's conquest,
Oh,
crafting gruesome
shit
grafts,
ass.
Planning
It's actually
dozens of
genuinely
bloodline
3
empowered
hours to
builds.
Ziggy fucking D.
and filling out our trees tree. We hope you all join us.
I mean, right now I'm indifferent. It feels similar vibes to last league. I mean, there'll be some cool stuff. League mechanic will at least be more fun than Mercs, 100%, like 1000%. But like, the balance changes, dude.
G'day Exiles and welcome to the
No,
post-reveal
that is not how you
discussion
introduce
and
yourself. You
Q&A
should go, "Good night,
with
mates. It's me,
Jonathan
Ziggy.
and my
Fucking day!"
lead guys who make games. I believe was
That's
what
what
we
you
discussed
should
as
do.
the title.
Like, don't
Yeah,
do
it's
that.
official
Just don't
title.
wait.
Yeah.
Do it-
Excellent.
Do it the real
I like
way.
it. It's good. We're talking about how to inflate their titles.
You know what I mean?
in the lead up to this.
Say it correctly.
327 Keepers of the Flame, the reveal we just had there was, I think, quite a banger, but I've been even more impressed with what I've been playing
Am I
here in
sitting
the
like
office with some of that to
No,
get
my
into
foot
at the moment. But I'm curious,
is
this is kind of like a special
under
kind of
my
reveal
ass.
day for
Meek creature.
PoE 1 fans, as I think it marks a return to
creature.
schedule
He did
for
it out.
us.
Does that mean we're playing
announced
trade?
his plan
No
to do a
boss kill
4-month
event.
cycle for
I
the
think we're
games,
playing trade.
two twos, and
We gotta use the new
uh,
trade system,
seems
right?
to be working.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard. I'll tell you that, right? Like, it can be pretty brutal on some
You guys like
of
my
the
brush?
stuff when it's like, every
my
2 months you got
brush.
a deadline. But yeah, I mean, look, we have to do
That
it, right?
colour.
Like, I mean, that was always the intention to get, the regular schedule. It's super important. So we have to make it happen. We have to make sure that is something that we can do going forward. But yeah, I would like. I'm honestly, I'm so happy that we managed to, to get everything back, and I think that's it helps a lot.
I think like things feel a lot less
It's
like
gigantic, it's pretty
crazy
big, yeah.
here this
Right,
time, this
right.
visit for me. Like and things seem a bit more of a finished state as well from what I've been looking at. So
well, we're putting a lot more effort into sort of getting that production process down, making sure that everything's going well. Like we're hiring producers at the moment, just by the way, in case anyone's out there looking for as a production job. But it's
genuinely
really
like
concentrating
2.5 3 hours.
because when you've got a schedule like this, when it's this tight, you have to be really, really careful because, I would say one of the hardest things that we didn't expect, trying to make sure that we get the schedule this short, is you start to become really vulnerable to just like random things, like this person gets sick or like something like that, and that's like suddenly it's like a real challenge. That's been real hard to adapt to. But yeah, I mean honestly, we have to do it.
Because PoE 2's 030 kind of, we missed it by a week or two as well. Normally that's okay.
Yeah.
You slip a week or two, but now all of a sudden, now you got a bit 2 week more overlap with 327. And it certainly has less room for error. But again, that's why more production staff should help. And we are just going to get better at it. But yes, we made it to 326 and now 327. Mostly on schedule, give or take. One was, you could argue one's an anomaly, 2 is a pattern, so hopefully it should continue as normal, but we'll get better at it 100%, so we'll work out the kinks, but it was always going to be some growing pains to going to 6 releases a year for across both Path of Exiles. So.
Yeah, I remember thinking when you guys were doing 4 releases a year that was crazy, so 6 is pretty wild, but it seems to be happening, so fingers crossed it keeps happening. Is that,
what's going to happen?
Just that like occasionally you just might delay by a few
what's going to happen.
I don't want to. I really want to be real strict about it.
We said
the casuals are going to write giant essays
consistency is key.
about how their bloodline ascendancy point that they want is locked behind some shit. They're gonna there's gonna be a zillion posts about people complaining that their bloodline mod that they want or whatever is locked behind all. There's gonna be 1,000 fucking posts, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, it helps with everything, right? It helps with the players just feeling the consistency. It helps with developers, it's just overall like a way better set.
So, Breach 2, Keepers of the Flame. It's the first real direct sequel league in PoE. Now, I know we're kind of sequeling with stuff in PoE.
I don't like Sanctum, but my
definitely
power's behind
there,
Sanctum.
but this is the actual first true sequel league, and it seems like people are pretty keen on the idea. I think the reception's been pretty good so far, first impressions. What are your guys' thoughts on doing a sequel? Were you like anti-sequel, pro-sequel? Because I know people kind of...
I would say personally that so whenever you do a sequel, you're entering a dangerous territory because people who didn't like the original could then now be like, oh, I'm disappointed because as soon as they hear that it's a sequel to something they didn't like, they're like, it's not happy. So you could just be ruling out a bunch of people in your audience right away. Now, Breaches, I would say, is a pretty popular one, so there's less danger there. Yeah. But effectively, in order to make a sequel to something, I think you really have to be doing something that had to be a real banger back when you did it, so that people actually, are definitely on board from the beginning. In general, I'd say we'd prefer to do stuff that's new, but I think this one was a good fit. It was a good example of something to do, and people are liking it. So it's
I mean, as Jonathan said, yes, some leagues are more divisive than others. Some have more kind of X factor out there gameplay. With the whole Blight Tower defense, and some of them are more maps and a bit more crazy. And immediately you do turn off some people, and we know that going in. When we make these, we try and make it something good for everyone, but Breach had that you're just slaying hordes of monsters. You're just killing. It's the classic. We talk about reinventing the wheel. Here we talk about not reinventing the killing monsters in circles. And it has that. And by the way, that is a massive thing when doing the sequel is we must keep the killing monsters in circle. Because the last thing I want to do is, and this is another risk of a sequel, is take something that people love and then just ruin it. We really focused on the weaknesses of what Breach had, because it was nine years ago, almost to date, I think it was. I think it was December 9 years ago, so we're almost there. Just if you want to feel a bit old for a moment there.
My back, ow.
And I actually still remember working on it. It does not feel like it was that long ago. I made those 5, the 5 Breach Lords back when, and put together all the monsters and all that interesting stuff back then. And I was like, what was I doing? We took the player characters, put some micros on them, and dunked them in red paint.
That was the style at the time.
Alright, is it going to be one of those patch notes where a bunch of blanketing is just a rough 8-9% buff on a bunch of random skills that won't matter? And then that'll be it? Is it going to be one of those?
Important.
I hope not.
Coming with 9 years of lessons learned, including with all the lessons learned from PoE 2 as well, and then coming back and being like, what do we know now?
Earth Shatter
and it's like, okay, let's not sabotage the gameplay, the killing of monsters, the killing monsters in a circle, and let's focus on the weaknesses. And so then we looked at, okay, well, nowadays if we were to do a league, it generally comes with some character power arc. You've got some crafting system. There's generally a meta system, and then that's where you get like the grafts, the Genesis tree, and all that stuff come in. And again, focusing on that, less of like focusing on the combat mechanic this time around, because we kind of knew that was a success. You'll find that it might be less trivial with some of the other contents that's more crazy with respect to combat. But we'll see.
I'm definitely eager to dive into like basically all of the things you mentioned there. But out of interest,
it still looks a lot better than last league for sure.
Mechanic or expansion.
Just give me some mid. I'm not asking for great patch notes. Just give me some mid patch notes.
A bad example.
Just give me some mid-tier patch notes.
I think the one that you said there,
mid-tier,
with the tower defense.
No,
just like,
I'll mid-tier.
That would be very divisive, right? Immediately,
mid-tier patch notes.
Doing a sequel in PoE 1 to that, there'd be immediately a bunch of people would be like, yeah,
I like it.
I know.
I think you'll get both ends of this. I think you'll get the most passionate people wanting it.
Zaki, show yourself.
People that hate it on the other side.
Zaki.
For sure. That being said, like, it
Zaki.
isn't like, oh no, that means Blight's never getting
Reveal
improved.
yourself, boy.
There's differences between overhauling and improving a league. And
Reveal yourself.
And obviously doing a narrative sequel where you kind of step away from some of it. And, so really here it's like, yes, Blight, there's so many leagues, right? And so all of them
Reveal
will
yourself,
get attention.
boy.
Sometimes they'll just be quality of life, similar to what we've done with Heist this time
Is it Trickster
round,
meta again?
Because honestly, that might probably deserves
Trickster
more.
meta again,
And
Zaki.
then other times it'll
Reveal
just be
yourself,
an upgrade.
fool.
I certainly wouldn't want people to say, oh yeah, we're just going to do sequels from now on. That we definitely
Reveal
not. Like, I don't think it's going to be the most common thing. I think it's just a thing we decided to do here, and maybe we'll do it again sometime. But most of the time, I think people want new stuff and different new things.
I like the revisits. I wonder. There's definitely some lore and stuff I'd like to see expanded. Like I feel like Harbinger, for example, touched on some stuff that was maybe only scratching the surface.
Part of what allows us to
the seal thing is the coolest thing I saw in the Ascendancy. That wasn't the only one that stood out to me at all.
Because
spellcasting, softcast, seal blasters,
the Twisted Domain, and the new Breach.
You ready for some seal blasters? IL?
We got to utilize the monsters. So we didn't take the bosses from PoE 2. We made full
some extra
from scratch
juice in
boss
here?
fights for this version for Keepers of the Flame. But for the monsters, a lot of it's reusing the models, the animations, the rigging, a lot of the art side of it. And because we get to do that, we get to then focus our attention on all those other things that we would otherwise have to have a bunch of resources dedicated to.
80% of damage from hits is taken from the buff for your life.
Not only got to do it, we got to do it in a more cost-effective way that allowed us to focus on other features that are going in the expansion. So, win-win for players and for us in that regard. But it would be less trivial with other sequels or to other leagues where we don't necessarily have all the monsters and everything made like that. So, not to say it's impossible, but it's just an interesting factor that came up that allowed us to do more here than we might, if we don't forward think enough or forward plan enough, and I mean quite far in advance, because like making these full monsters from scratch is not a short-term process. We might not be able to do for some other leagues. So, just a kind of fun internal kind of consideration that we made.
Genuinely.
Well, like an interesting thing here as well with the fact that Breach is in PoE 2, and I don't normally get into lore, so lore warning. But I'll try and keep it as oversimplified as possible because I definitely have delved into the deep end of the lore of this stuff. But so to simplify it, PoE 1, Chayula, baddie, we fight them. They're like the pinnacle boss from the first game, and yet in PoE 2 they're like explicitly not there as part of the boss of that. And also there's this lore kind of exploring the idea that they helped humanity at some point. So I'm curious if this expansion is kind of filling out the story in the in-between here, maybe explaining some of the stuff.
It 100% is. That was a huge other win we got to do here, because really there was like, okay, there's the breaches in PoE 1, previous to Keepers of the Flame, and then there's kind of breaches in PoE 2 with the Twisted Domain, and it's like, wait, how did we get here? What happened? Okay, so it's 25 years. It's what's going on here? So we wanted to. Given again, because 9 years ago we weren't really putting that much into the narrative of leagues and into you'd find back then we're not far from Onslaught League back then, where it
was
was
this
just
exist in the
20%
game
from
before
stats,
Sacrifice of
and
Blood?
even
I
though we
don't
had
think I've ever
Anarchy,
seen that.
there was Exiles, but
I don't
like
get that actually
there's named characters, but we didn't really have voice acting for anything.
Takes
you know,
8
like,
corrupted items
we've kind
though.
of
Like,
stepped
the
up
fuck
our
is
game
that?
and a lot of
That's
delivery
a lot.
of that. So
8 corrupted
now
items.
we get to
Wonder how good it actually is
come
though.
back and
There's
go,
nothing about like
let's
how long it
establish
takes,
a bit
right?
more about Breach. Obviously, there's uniques and flavor
It's
texts
just whatever your
historically,
region
but yeah,
is,
we
I
got to
guess.
establish a little bit more.
It's kind of
Add some
good.
interesting stuff to it. Meanwhile, also,
But you have to have
progressing
region.
the
Like
narrative
straight
towards
region
what,
can be like life leech.
if people are playing PoE 2C. Now that being said, if you just play PoE 2, you don't need to know all of this.
It's kind of
If you
good.
just play PoE 1.
I don't know where
good
to
on
get
you.
region,
You now
but
know
it's
it
kind
all.
of good in general.
It's all entirely optional information to know, but yeah, you kind of have this. Worth noting.
Gain
is,
one
on the
Vol
Chiola
skill.
arc, there's a bit of like, is he good, is he bad kind of thing going on.
Vol soul per second.
Still to be determined, at least for
Vol
the players.
skill
It's got a cult following, but that doesn't necessarily mean one way or the other, does it?
He was a baddie here. You're an acolyte of Chiola over there.
Yeah.
What goes on in between? But
I was reading the flavor text of the Acolyte of Chiola this morning. I'm like, even that doesn't really kind of suggests that maybe it's not a good idea to be following them. But
Meat creature!
Yeah,
power.
they're not
like the
worthless,
monastery
but
of the Keepers
I don't
of the
know if they're
Flame is
competitive.
actually where the monk trained and from PoE 2 grew up and all of that stuff. So kind of little fun bits there. People playing both games will appreciate it. It's still great. It's going to be great in either game, and it allows us to develop. So because look, they're both set in Ray class. It's still a
rage
shared
on
narrative,
reaching
and it's nice
maximum
to be
rage
able to
and
like
gain
evolve all of that.
adrenaline
And
for 1
it's
second for 10
honestly been
rage
fun, really.
losses.
Honestly, doing all of that.
It's cool to expand kind of like some of the story of the Ascendancies there as well. Like you're getting a bit more of a tie in there as well.
Seal Knight got nerfed. It was 3, right?
You said the monks
Here.
trained there,
Was
though.
it?
I thought you were just
the
telling me
damage.
earlier that the monks trained
5%.
here in
Wasn't
the
it 10?
studio. What's
Yeah, so technically now, officially, the monk has been trained by
Lose all rage
one of
on
our
reaching
IT
maximum
administrators
rage.
Here, since
But you
that
get
was
adrenaline.
he was the person we used.
So it's
I'm not sure what the
basically
martial art is, but,
100%
he's very well trained. I believe
adrenaline
a black belt, and
uptime.
we used
I
him
wonder how
for
that
our
maps
mocap
out.
reference.
That's so cool.
Hopefully he doesn't mind
Also
me
gives you
mentioning
10
that, but
peds, which is nice.
It was it's quite fun. I think our animators enjoyed
I think
it
this
a
is
little bit as
kind
well.
of
what's awesome about
decent.
that? You guys hadn't really done too much of that in the past, or?
You mean mocap?
I think it's kind of decent.
I mean, the animators always film visual references, so like, I mean, they've got a room basically where they go up and they're just, like doing all the animation, acting out.
Rage on
They're
hit. I
often
don't think
not
that'll
actually
matter with
mocapping
Warcries.
technically,
Your
with, like,
Warcries will give you all your rage.
suit and everything, but they're often filming that and then
all
doing animation to
rage
it.
on
So
reaching
The
maximum
I'd say
rage
one of
and
the
gain
most
adrenaline.
useful pieces of technology
20
that
max
we've been
rage
able
is
to
kinda
benefit
good,
from
but
is
it's gonna be a ping pong.
literally single phone shot
Right.
mocap, and
Which might
very quick
in
from
result
recording
be
to
kind of mid.
in-game animation. It works really well for
It makes Berserker
animating obviously
maybe
humans,
more well-rounded.
but also for when it's involving just a single human. It's like ultra quick. Like if you have two and they have to interact and make contact, it's not very good at handling that. But it's been insanely fast. Just you just get a single small tripod with a phone.
I mean, it's really easy to make that
and,
100%
you can
adrenaline
you can
uptime, but
record a
I mean,
human
if
and
you're on average
chuck
playing
them
at
in
half
game
rage,
pretty
then you're doing
rapidly.
half the DPS
So
bonus
that's
that
been
your rage
amazing,
gives
and
you, which
honestly,
is
a
like
lot of
80%
a lot of
damage.
mo-
So it might
almost
the end
all of
result
the
might be
human
you're
animations you'll now see
gaining like
in-game are
30%
where it's
damage.
not someone punching or hitting.
But instead of
another
gaining
person,
80%
so, like,
damage, you only
it's
get
not,
40 on average, which
the
is
best for
pretty bad. I
combat
think
and
this
kind
actually
of
might be like a
scripted
debate.
cinematics
This actually might
interactions
just
between
straight be
characters,
bad.
But just those kind of freestanding town idols
Yeah.
and all of that stuff, yeah, you can do pretty rapidly now. It's been a pretty big improvement, I'd say, in a cool way. So
Yeah, and I mean, you're getting like PoE2
Yeah.
quality stuff.
You can
in
gain
Path of Exile
adrenaline
1
if you
as
already
well.
have
Like,
it.
I've
So
definitely
the
seen
more
things like
rage you're
that's a lot
gaining
more
does
going
matter.
on there than there usually is in PoE 1. You were just talking about the fact that the original bosses were just exiles with extra color filters on them.
I just don't remember how long it takes you to go from zero rage to full.
PoE1, like,
Doesn't
it's
take
been a lot
long,
higher
but
standard than some of the early stuff for a
Yeah.
very long time, right? Because it's not like you have people being like, oh, you know what, I'm going to make this worse
Perma-sat.
quality because it's going in
Oh, it's
PoE1.
problematic.
Like obviously they're going to make something look as good as we can make it, right?
our artists are artists,
Yeah,
you know.
exactly, right?
Cloud
So
X
I mean,
item.
you
Quality
go
art.
back.
You could probably phone it in a bit
too
more.
interesting
I
here.
reckon,
They
but-
don't. No, an artist doesn't want to do that, right? They want to make stuff
fair.
that's good. So
Who wants to do that?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
appreciate
It's a
that
quick
mindset.
way to remove their job satisfaction.
Right.
Make bad stuff.
Yeah.
It's too good.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. So you mentioned the sanctity of the kill monster in circle. So on the mechanical front,
You lose all
I
rage
noticed that
anyway.
there's
Yeah,
actually two
I think
distinct
it's
types
bad
of breaches
if it
here.
does.
There's
If it works
very
that
much
way,
close
I
to
think
the
it's
original
genuinely
one,
just bad.
But then there's this hive one. What are the differences between the two and how
So
they
we've
work?
got 4 encounters total. At the more common one is the kind of what we're saying is the hive. So the breach have come through the hand portals. They've stabilized the breach and are now building their hives. And so you'll come across there's heaps of walls and constructs and some half organic, half inorganic. And you get the little spider things, which I think is the Twitch drop for the stream. You get those and they're kind of building and they're like putting together like molecule by molecule building these hives. And that's the one where you come in and you get given the power of the Keepers of the Flame, and that can just incinerate away all of the material, and you're kind of just like running around pretending to be a Righteous Fire build for a moment.
I'll just note as well, like you don't have to click any doors or like jump into any walls. They just evaporate before you.
You just run around. You run around burning stuff. It's kind of satisfying. You see ash going everywhere. There's a couple things going on there. So generally when you get to the center, you summon an Aelith, you start the encounter. And effectively just kill a whole bunch of monsters they're trying to get to her, they're trying to kill her. They're not super effective.
Nothing has jumped out at me yet.
We're not doing the whole like,
patch notes.
They are persistently wanting to aggro on her. They're going to try and kill you. That's honestly more of an immersive flavor thing than it is like meant to be too interruptive of a mechanic or anything like that. Again, because I wanted to just keep killing monsters being the primary focus.
But there is a thing where the more walls you burn, the more
there's amongst all the walls you can get these like spawners, these like hive portals, where the monsters can then come through. So if you want to activate more, to have more monsters, have more difficulty and get more reward, you want to burn as many of those hive spawners as possible, and then they will turn into portals once the fight begins. If you just want to run to the center, start the fight, do the fight and leave, go for it. The other thing here is though that of course, obviously this can be a bit of a clear speedy thing where it's like, so during those encounters, using the power of the purple flame, these kind of purple flames scatter out, and each of them kind of has a skill attached, just like an oh shit button. And so like if you're getting overwhelmed, there's like different things you can just click if you wanted to, if you needed to. Most powerful characters, you'll be fine. Just as it kind of like will send out a giant nuke and clear stuff, or like create this like flame wall, and anything that runs into it will burn, and that's honestly more the Hellpower players that are kind of struggling or on the weaker end and aren't able to kind of keep up with it. So it just normalizes the difference between bottom end and top end a bit. Again, not meant to be intrusive, not meant to be like complicated. We kept it simple. It's just like 99% of it.
I mean, just when you boil it down, it's basically just like a fast-paced wave defense. Like just survive 6-8 waves of monsters that are rushing at you pretty fast, and but it doesn't have that same clear speed pressure that the basic one has.
Yeah. So that's one encounter. Second encounter is like the traditional breach, the one that players have, historically been playing. You activate a thing, the breach expands out. So these are breaches that haven't been stabilized yet. So they haven't come through to build their hive. So you activate it, it starts expanding, you kill the monsters, it's revealing, and then once you've killed enough, and if you can kill enough, like it can be kind of hard early game, but like towards end game, that's your goal. You'll notice a progress bar filling up. And
full power charge. This is base spell crit is equal to that of main hand weapon.
What's going to happen is when it becomes stable, the breach are going to send through their like difficult monsters, their elites, their enforcers, the front
crit multi against enemies that are not on low life. 100% more crit chance against enemies that are on low life.
Worker spiders to start building their hives. So this is like a yet to be a hive, and so
this is like the alternate.
Obviously, you don't witness all of that. Generally, what you do experience is you kill enough monsters. And then in the center, the portal activates, and a bunch of monsters and often a boss floods
25% more damage,
and
while
so
there is at
to
most
back to the center
one
and fight
rare,
all that, kill everything.
35% less damage taken while there are at least 2 uniques.
And then everything
I fucking hate that mod so much.
Do that.
They didn't learn shit, man.
Run away.
Nobody like this conditional like damage reduction sucks so bad. I hate it so much. It's the one key thing that would make Assassin a playable ascendancy. Is this thing? It's so bad for relying.
Waves of hordes of monsters coming through the portal, or the boss that spawns.
That like locks open then once you reach that stabilization point.
Yeah, it locks open the time. Yeah, so that's another good thing. Yeah, so the existing breach. I mean, obviously,
unaffected by
it's
damage
pretty outdated and even imbalanced, and often people are killing the breach lords, that the wild ones, in like, a matter of seconds. But
it's like a random.
I wanted to make sure that boss fight didn't have a time condition.
Elusive
so once it
on
stabilizes, that's it. Once you kill them, it closes. You have infinite time to kill that boss and fight those monsters.
I mean, this doesn't seem that great.
Do it. So like, it is more substantial, and generally because you've cleared everything in that circle now, it's like almost like you created your own arena. You've got like a nice clear area where you can fight that boss and focus on killing that boss. Now he has minions in a regard, so obviously it's not just one-on-one,
It's not the one.
you know, that mechanic's like quite cool. So that's the like Varun, the Marshal of Zesht fight.
That'll be an ascendancy that
some
Jungron plays
specific
day
drops,
one and then
generally
realizes
wanna
that
kill
other
him.
ascendancies are
And
better.
then, yeah, so that's encounter number 2. And then, yeah, encounter number 3. I know who's
And then
going on a bit
rerolls.
of a thing here, but these next
a bit
two
of
are
content.
bit quicker. Encounter number 3 is the kind of sky fortresses you saw. It's very similar to the first fight. It's kind of like, oh, we didn't stop this hive. Some of these hives have been getting built for weeks or whatever, and now they're like, you know, full giant mega structures. So
Korgo's
you climb
hatred
the
minions.
beanstalk, as I called it, the breach beanstalk.
Nice.
You get up to the sky fortress, and honestly, it's kind of just like a map of breach
Yeah,
monsters.
there's no
You're clearing
timer.
through.
It's not
Nah,
like the
no
breach
timer at this
domains.
point. You can just clear the area and leave. Taking your rewards with you, but in the center is like the hive encounter, the very first one, like a wave-based encounter. It's just a lot more epic, and you have to, you know, the same exact thing, except Aelith's like, yeah, it's going to take a lot more explosive power to destroy the rest of this hive and seal this portal, so you might want to get out of here. So generally speaking, yeah, once you've killed all the waves, you then have to get out of the area before Aelith burns the entire thing to the ground.
Cool.
Normally you can survive that, not in this case. You might want to get out of there. Once you do, you get all the loot. Sweet. You're not going to get that encounter too frequently, but, you know, it can be a little bit of fun, a little bit more action-packed when you're trying to escape. And then the fourth encounter is pretty similar to that, except it's just an area with your pinnacle boss, your in-game boss fight at the end of it.
And you basically didn't show those in the trailer, because I did know that people were like wondering why you showed kind of so much of the Uber bosses for the regular content, but you didn't really show any of these guys.
We generally avoid showing bosses for sure, especially new ones. I'll you know, you get a silhouette of it, a single emerge shot, and yeah, for sure. Like for the Ubers, we're like, well, they've got like 10, 15 skills each. Let's show one mechanic we've changed of each, you know? Maybe not the best option. Like, I know people like their full mystery, so like maybe lesson learned in the future might just show nothing. But yeah, we only did show one of all of their skills that have changed, you know, just so people get a general grasp of how they're changing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I probably, given the feedback, I'm probably just not going to show those again. So,
fair enough.
You know, we'll let it be a mystery. But yeah.
So this skill tree, you actually did it. You made a skill tree. Well done.
The tree.
But this tree is quite fascinating, because it's not just a like a meta progression system for the league or something. Like, there is that, it is progressing, but it is a crafting system. It's a tree that is a crafting system. And from messing around with that, like, it feels kind of brilliant. Like, this is a really good idea. How did that come about?
There's kind of a mixture from Chris Octavian and I can't remember who. Me and him and kind of Andrew, we all kind of just came up with ideas. But I think the original tree that spawns items or grows items and then hatches items came from Octavian. And the graft.
He bites you, out.
He's cooking. Nice creative brain on that one.
Down.
Comes up with some cool ideas. I like, you know, that kind of out there style of design, which is good. And so eventually we took that kind of idea. I was the one who brought Breach to the table and was like, oh, we can unify these, and that came from a interesting thing where in the Twisted Domain in PoE 2, you get these you have these trees made of hands that the environment artists made. And I really love them, and I'm like, normally because you're on a timer in that area and you're going hard, you're fighting monsters, you don't really get to appreciate a lot of the art assets in there.
Zoom.
And I was like, wow, damn, I want to use those trees, but have them, because I think they're petrified in that version. So I was like, what does that look like when it's a bit more alive, a bit more organic, a bit more gross? So yeah, we kind of came up with this tree, and you know, tree that hatches items, and it has this fruit, and then we were like, nah, like, I don't want just a tree that has fruit. It needs to be gross and dark and horror, you know? It's like, it's a gothic world. And so, yeah, we obviously went a little bit more crazy with the theming on it all.
What is that line in my chat? What does that mean?
Like you've got this alien
explain.
species, right?
Like squeezing the items out like with a bunch of pus.
Yeah, it kind of came like that, and then it's like, wow, it needs a meta progression. The good thing about the tree having a passive tree is we get to reuse all the same code that our passive trees use. And then the other, because it's good because then you don't have to make a completely bespoke system. And again, it's picking your battles, being able to focus more on what the nodes do as opposed to the underlying system.
I think what's pretty interesting about it though is the way that like it actually for crafting, it's quite interesting how it sort of encapsulates the idea that you've got like various different choices. You don't normally think about crafting in that way, but that's really what crafting is, and so it kind of like means that it's actually a surprisingly natural interface for crafting. Like, yeah, it works. Yeah, it works really well, and so yeah, that's kind of a pretty interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen it before. Someone doing anything quite like that. So
yeah, like I've seen some crafting trees and stuff, but they're usually separate, or there's like some little bit. But yes, like that's what I was thinking because. I'm thinking a lot about like how do you communicate crafting because it's pretty.
7 is live inside the lab where scientists are unveiling what they're calling the armored corgi. It's rolling out now. The dog is armed with a full-size cannon and laser arrays. They're actually
allocating the nodes.
AI slop era.
Structure of your craft in a visual manner, which I'm like.
It is cool.
So what do we do?
How do we go this? So we've got multiple character trees. We've got world area trees. Is this the first crafting tree?
Well, kind of. There was the one with the items. I don't even remember the name.
There was
of it anymore.
There was
the Crucible one.
That was items having trees. That wasn't a tree to craft.
Yeah,
you could kind of argue Scourge is like the whole microwave.
Blue bar.
Mechanic kind of. It wasn't really a tree. It was like a grid. It was a bit different, you know. Yeah. So. I don't know, it might be our first true
Bart, throw up the 2 signing confirmation.
I just can't help but wonder, like, we'll see, I guess, after a league, but I just can't help but wonder if you've, like, accidentally stumbled upon one of the potential solutions.
What are they talking about?
How do you communicate crafting players? Because it's so hard to do. It's like, I don't know, maybe this has applications elsewhere.
We'll see how it goes.
Bart, throw up the 2 sign.
There's a lot to expand on here, of course, like, when you have these kinds of tree systems and... You know, immediately people are going to be like, oh, keystones and, you know, where's my crafting tree notables and masteries and jewel slots.
My cluster jewels for my crafting tree.
Yeah, build your own crafting tree.
Yes.
We'll see where it goes, but obviously that depends, you know. We don't want to overcomplicate it off the bat, so you come in with something kind of simple, elegant, see how it works, see how people respond to it, and then... You know, if things go core, because we always like to decide based on how the players respond, we can evaluate how we want it to be, if we want to change it, leave it as is, if we want it, you know. So we'll do all that. But yeah, it's cool. I like a lot of the ideas coming.
Patch notes, hello.
You know, with that and
is it almost patch notes time? How close? Are we almost there?
So talking about like the idea of preserving some of the stuff from the old breach or what's not being kept. So you had the old breach lord domains; they're effectively being replaced.
How is it 2 hours?
So those are all we've kept. Breach 1.
What do I do for? Am I really gonna sit here and listen to
fully intact on standard
2 hours?
Whereas on this league, it's the full prequel.
That is true. Ploop.
So full replacement.
Ploop has a point.
None of that.
That is like 35 PUBG games.
While
he
playing
does have a good point.
Flame. Like all of the breach nodes on the Atlas tree are gone. You know, and all that. So you've got the current league. Obviously, our intention is that it goes core, but we'll take the better elements of it.
Rate what you've seen so far. What do you think this league is going to be, if you were to guess out of your ass? Like 1 out of 10. What do you think it's going to be?
It's still there. We can bring it back. We can integrate it. We can, you know, obviously it would suck, you know, to have to accept that we have to keep using all the old art and old mechanics.
I think it's like a 7.
But like, if they're more fun,
I'm getting 7 vibes.
Like, we're not.
I'm getting 7 vibes.
Of taking away things that people loved. So
I'm getting 7 vibes.
Pretty confident
last league was like a 6.
Going to be amazing.
Last league was a 6. I'm getting 7 vibes right now.
So, but you know, worst comes to worst, if we have to take the best of both worlds and merge them, then that's still what we're going to do. Now that being said,
7 is like Necropolis tier. I'd say Necropolis is like a 7.
All those new mechanics I described earlier. But that isn't to say there isn't a future where we
have
like a prequel to the prequel, and we have you know, or an update, you know, not necessarily another sequel, but you bring back some of those things that were good about it. So immediately I can see people coming to mind. Oh, but what about the uniques or the rewards? We have kept all of that. All of that can be spawned from the tree. You know, you can grow pretty much all of it.
I'm going to have to watch the VOD.
Someone type out pregnant.
I won't reveal exactly how to do
someone type it? I want to test.
Yeah, nice.
But yeah, you can generally get all of the historic rewards from Breach from the new mechanic as well.
There it is.
We've tried to keep all of that.
Does this mean Breach rings finally get a revamp?
How long is that?
Sitting there with the silly.
I'm not banning
Yeah,
you.
well,
How long is that?
They got their improvement
I don't know how long
in
that
PoE
is.
too, so
1
we
million
already
seconds?
accepted that having a double
How
effect
many
while
hours is 1
especially
million
given, you know,
seconds?
That's only useful some small percentage of the time
277
generally.
hours,
Not
so that's
good
like
enough.
11
So
day
yes,
down.
the breach
Okay,
rings
that's
have
fine.
been reworked. I believe the implicits
Blues
are
Bob,
all
thanks
max
you for the
res
4
of
months.
the corresponding element types. I can't remember what this one is. Whatever, we'll deal with that. But I believe it also restricts or constrains the mods you can roll in it. So it's like Zoff rings, fire mods, etc., etc.
Cool. Sounds rather interesting. The unique crafting as well looked pretty wild. Like,
alright, don't type that anymore. I'm
excited
banning
to see
anybody
that.
else.
I expected it to be like it would remove a modifier and then just replace it with like a random rare modifier or something.
Oh no!
But it seems like they're actually handmade modifiers. Like there's bespoke modifiers, and even multiple. Like those 2 Quill Rain ones. Is this just like a long list of them? And surely you can't do 1,000 uniques worth of those. Like...
I actually don't know what number they got to, but effectively it was just like, we'll just go until we run out of time. But yeah, like there's just a whole bunch of uniques. It is here's the list of mods that it can lose. Here's the list of mods it can be replaced with on a per unique basis. Yes. Right. Again, not all the uniques. I almost assure you it won't be the majority. And obviously you're not going to be getting pinnacle boss uniques from here and stuff like that. Those are restricted to things that have specific drop locations, locations. But yeah, that being said, it is a list. It would suck to, lose the key mod on an item. So generally speaking, we don't allow like what gives that unique full identity to be removed. A lot of it can be either the fluff stats, sometimes the downsides, some stuff like that. So yeah, we'll just kind of see what happens there. If people love that, it would be the thing where we can add more and more and more and more, and then eventually we will have the entire unique pool covered.
Why did they change Ellie Giggle?
So we'll
genuinely, like what is that?
It's kind of fun.
You love to see it. So the other thing was these creepy arms that you can grow on yourself. I love that. We just here have an arm. Sure. Just plug it into your back. Why not? I mean, we were shoving rusty bits of metal in ourselves and stuff before, so why not continue with that? But these are like, it was in the video, but I didn't really like kind of understand kind of how impactful they'd be until I was messing around with it, especially for leveling. But these are like pretty major skills and an extra layer, because especially so there's 16 of them, and you can have 2 of them, and they're like a mixture of auto-casting skills, proc-based things, so like on attack or something, and manually cast in some cases as well. Like I had a tornado that was like crazy. So these,
I mean, at least his name,
significant.
Is consistent.
What's kind of like the plan
the type of
for
person he
how
is.
impactful you want these to be, or like, especially at endgame, like they'll definitely like very impactful while leveling.
Obviously, there's always going to be a spectrum of usability. Generally speaking, yeah, they're going to be pretty powerful, but you know how strong characters can get. They can generally outclass everything. That being said, for a long way, they're going to be pretty damn useful. And even beyond then, there's generally can scale the difficulty of the game like hectically. You'll notice like something I think you observed as well. The numbers on the skills are like out of control.
Yes.
That is because they don't scale with your stats.
Yeah.
Obviously, debuffs on the enemy, anything you debuff on them does. But yeah, they don't scale with your increases. The reason for that is that I wouldn't want it to be that if you're a spellcaster, you have to use one that's doing a spell, because you generally focus on increases. And I didn't want it to be that, now in order to benefit from grafts, you have to really only invest in global damage increases.
Is
and
anyone
stuff like
listening?
It would restrict the character builds too much.
Patch notes, but
so we made them not scale with your character stats.
Basically, they're just saying that the numbers on those skills are that way because they don't scale with anything.
But
like your gear or your
there's
skill tree.
kind of a lot of them that vary from utility.
So like their spells add like 100,000 damage and shit. They're not gonna multiply through all your
just come with
stats.
stats. So, and yeah, as you said, if you didn't want to, like, there's ones where you use skills and you can use that tactically. You can merge that with some of your abilities, or if you just want to, effectively let it autocast. There are versions for that as well. If you just can't be bothered, that's also fine. And honestly, at the worst comes to worst, at the end of the day, they still kind of just give some mods, and that's fine. And they are obviously used to, if you want to get one that just like specializes in harvesting more graft blood, That's also a thing you can do because those systems are linked. Like the grafts do gain the graft blood, which is what you give to the Genesis tree to give the item. So there's kind of a nice interlink between.
I mean, they should really be replacing the power that you previously got from mercenaries, right? Like if the league needs to give you a.
I'm surprised there was no boss kill event. I think it's fine though.
Curve, so therefore, you could look at it in a similar.
They are mercenaries on your back.
Trade at least instead of playing SSF.
That's what I was kind of thinking when I was messing with. It's like, okay, so we're gonna have 2 of these. It definitely feels like how I was looking at the mercenaries and picking mercenaries that had like 2 really good skills. Right. It was kind of a similar idea. So the design of mercenaries has informed this somewhat. Then it seems.
Sadly, you can't gear your arms.
No.
Can't put items
can't put a bunch of rings on them.
Gloves.
Tell your arm to hold a sword. Yeah. You know. That would have been kind of fun though.
That would be pretty cool. The way Octavian explained the graphs to me was he said they're not you, and I'm like, somehow that's really creepy to hear. It's like they're attached to you, but they're not a part of you. That was explaining the scaling. Like that's why they don't scale with your stats because they're not you.
They're independent life forms and therefore don't benefit from your passive.
Too old, Bart.
We didn't do this, but we had a desire to do unique
16.5
unique ones, which I thought was kind of going to be fun. We might do this later, like going core, we'll do it, but we're like, what if you, and I think it was Octavian's like, what if you had a leg growing out of your back? What does that mean? And you know, I was like, what if you had like a good jacked quadrilla arm or something? Because I was like, you could just have unique ones where they have like just like deformations, and you can have like random, you know, deformed crazy things going on, or like, you know, I think I had a design. I was like, what if there was one that was like converted? You're like, I don't care about the league. It converts all graft blood to gold or something, and it's a kind of like cursed pirate treasure arm or something. You know, we'll see if that goes somewhere later. But I think that could be kind of fun to play around with. So
there's definitely some sort of like biomutant kind of combining of limbs and genetics and stuff potential here, maybe.
What if the archetype that gets the most benefit from having like the adrenaline rage node is a trickster?
With them, but you don't necessarily scale them directly, like you're saying. You can debuff enemies and things like that. While we pan down to some of our additional questions, I've been noticing some that get mentioned a lot in chat that we'll kind of transition over to briefly. So WASD gets mentioned a lot. Like
type Alk Ooh and look into his eyes. Alk Ooh, look into his eyes.
So in order,
pretty big deal.
In order for WASD to happen in PoE 1, we need to get the rigs from PoE 2. In order for that to happen, we need to finish moving all the microtransactions over, which has definitely been a bit of a slow task that we kind of need to get through.
Yeah.
And so effectively, it would be like we do want to do.
Do you see that guy's name in chat, Adam? Do you see what I'm looking at? Can you guys at that guy? You see him?
But yeah, it's just a question of getting through all that work, and then we can do it. Like I'm not against it by any means. It's just it's just. I mean, I want to
see his name.
Getting all those things moved over to the new rigs is the limiting factor.
Yeah, and you want it to be kind of.
Wait, there's a guy named Grandmaster. What the fuck? Grandmaster, show yourself.
Where the characters rotate. I wouldn't say that gets like that. The quality of that.
Grandmaster.
Like I don't think it feels good.
There he is. Look, he typed Grandmaster. He's there.
That would be so beneficial.
Grandmaster.
Highly motivated to do that because it means that we don't have to rig a bunch of stuff for the old rigs anymore.
Grandmaster.
Which a bunch of artists would definitely appreciate. So yeah, like we will get that done, and then it's going to.
What do you have to say for yourself, big booty?
The biggest benefit from the rigs.
What do you have to say for yourself, big booty?
Be able to actually do a lot more new skills.
Yeah, animation.
In PoE 1 as well that actually use new animations, and it's not going to be an absolute nightmare to try and make. So. That's going to be epic when we actually get to that point and can just be like, okay, floodgates open, let's go and make a whole bunch of new skills that are using new animations. Because you'll notice, even though we have a bunch of new skills in this patch, it's all using the existing animations and different means of delivering it. So generally speaking, we have
when are they going to redo at Zeri
spell
fight?
Projectile, spell AoE, spell buff. They're kind of separated into all these categories. Yeah. And so when you generally do a buff, you just use the buff one, and AoE use AoE one. But as a result, we don't have just like cool bespoke things where you I don't know, do a flip while doing doing crazy stuff like that. We're not going to be able to really get that in PoE 1 just because the cost is insane.
Which should be one of the ascendancies? Probably not.
7 different characters, 7
maybe
different rigs.
Probably not though.
All the different weapon sets.
Yeah, with every single weapon set. And because generally PoE 1 doesn't have as much restrictions on the weapons to skill association, it would you'd be like, it's not great. It's really not great, and it would be like the cost of doing that would mean we'd have to do so much less other stuff. So yeah, I mean, just a random tangent on why the rigs would be beneficial as well. Like immediately, I'm just like, oh my god, please, I want to do new skills that are like.
But we will do it eventually. It's just porting all those stuff.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting insight that you even plan to kind of bring this like PoE 2 rigging system over to PoE 1 for animations and things like that, because that indicates that the future of Path of Exile 1 is not like very static visually. Like obviously we're seeing new stuff getting ported back, but potentially a lot of stuff getting remade and updated, and like PoE 1 is anticipated to change a lot in that regard over time.
Well, I mean, yeah, it just like for no other reason that it makes our lives easier, we need to do it. But yes, it will have the side effect of making the game look better too, which I guess is good.
So another thing I saw mentioned in chat quite often was like asking for Trial of the Ancestors, and what's the plans or status of that?
I mean, we want to do it. That ultimately is just a resource thing again. It's like it's one of those ones that it can't be one-to-one.
You understand, Bart?
It's too gameable, too solvable.
Slam code.
I got to a point where I was like, this is the strat you do. We need to like fix a bunch of stuff with it. It's not out of the question. It's honestly just a like whenever we assess the scope, it comes up all the time. And it's like, oh, we could do this, or this. What do we? And it's always going to come at a cost to something, and it just has been so far.
AI
you know,
soft, dude.
At least 326, 327 that we've wanted to make sure that we had other priorities. I guess it's safe to say. So TBD, who knows? You know, well, every single time we don't like plan too far in advance with this stuff. So generally, when we are at the next league or the next 2 leagues worth of discussions, it's like we have a list of things that we could do. It's in that list. I'm sure it'll come up at some point. So we'll see.
Feel free to be coy about this, but it seems like
look, man, I'm not here to judge your whole life, but you died to the cannon minion 8 times in one lane. At that point, it's disturbing.
That's not a law. It's just a bad game.
No wave, no vision, no flash. You autoed it once, chunky.
All right, man. You know why we're here.
As I said once,
You did plenty.
if
53 real world days on that paladin. You're still in L1. You haven't touched a dungeon. No profession class 30. No mount training. That's neglected progression.
We did with Breach here, which is that if we have
Are you serious? I didn't do anything.
a lot of art made, a lot of encounters, even if it doesn't appear the exact same way, it'll allow us to do a match.
It's just a bad game.
Alright, man, you're under arrest for willful gaming neglect. 3,000 deaths to the Tree Sentinel, still level 1. That's reckless endangerment of your free time.
Alright, let's talk.
Hard, sure, but you kept charging straight in. No shield, no summons, no stat investment.
Dude, what is happening? There you go. Relax. For what? I didn't do anything.
For crimes against mid lane fundamentals. You died 10 times in 15 minutes, kept pushing without vision, and you blew flash for no reason.
That's not illegal.
Keep your hands back from your partner, you're under arrest.
For what? I'm literally just playing WoW.
Yeah, and you wiped that raid 3 times in a row, pulled the boss at 70 when the healer wasn't top, ignored the fire scroll mechanics, and then rolled need on the mount. You didn't help kill.
What people saying.
Rolled need on the mount.
Thoughts are on this topic, I guess, of tier 17 modifiers and their impact on late endgame.
I mean, the main thing I'd say there, like just as an overall view on it, is that like T17s, there's this tension between, like, it is not a good place to be when there's a tension between what players are enjoying and what the thing we want to try and do is. Like, that's like a problem that needs to be resolved. So effectively, it's like what T17s are supposed to do in theory is something that we want, which is to say, like, you know, that like you get something that you don't necessarily like want to have to play against, and like, you know, like you have to deal with it or come with a way
He's
to get around that.
Baby.
But in practice, players don't want to do that, so there's something clearly wrong here. There's something does need to change, but it's a little bit come up with something that both sort of satisfies our desires for, like, you know, like interesting challenges that are different each time
The world's
you play them.
fucked,
Like, all
guys.
the, you know, there's like, you know, new and interesting things you
Anyway, they talking about
but
anything?
Also something the players actually like. So there's a problem for sure.
So what is your desires for tier 17 maps? Like, what do you want?
Well, as I said, I don't think it's necessarily the desire for T17s as such. It's more the desire that you have, like, you know, like interesting combinations of mods happen, and they're like, oh, this is a new challenge I have to rise to, you know, and like, how am I going to deal with this, and that kind of stuff. And like, that's something that, like, in practice, players aren't like really liking. So as I said, there's a problem here for sure. It's just a question of how we kind of
100%. They're not in the right spot.
Yeah,
I am of the like, we need to go back to the drawing board a little bit here, because like we and to be fair, we are like trying to band-aid it, but we can only do that for so long. We kind of just need to reinvent something here a little bit. Like, they were intended to be the penultimate bosses that allow you to do the Ubers.
Right, yeah.
But they're also now, you know, also this non-sustainable map and where you have to, obviously a lot of people feel like they have to trade for it, and then in the other cases you've got a bunch of modifiers people hate.
Holy shit,
you've got
dude.
this like
Hold
thing
up.
where because of the mods you end up devolving down to the in-game strat becomes, as you said, stacking map mod effect and modifiers via
Alright, I'll
risk.
show this one.
And
It's kind of
like,
cursed.
yeah, it's not fun. It's not ideal. We tried to narrow the gap with T16 and a half, so that kind of worked, and then you get some other weird
It's not
problems
good.
where like,
It's
because
not
those can be
good.
8-prop corrupted and tier 17s can't. There's some weird issues there as well, and honestly, it's I would expect you'd probably see a pretty.
I think it needs a full redesign.
Yes.
It needs a full redesign to try and see if we can come up with a way to both achieve what
I
we want to
hate
achieve, but also make
the
players not
internet.
dislike it.
It's real.
So is this maybe like separating out what you're trying to
What
do with
the
the 17
fuck?
modifiers and what
Our
you're doing
world
with
is
the boss thing
destroyed.
that is, like,
Our world
against
is
Uber?
fucked.
That is a split at the very least.
Okay.
Our world
I don't
is
think that we've worked out exactly how this can work. Though. Like, it needs...
I don't think that like the
Why
best
does
rewarding
he
content
cannon
should
water
also
out
be
of
the
his
tickets
mouth?
to the Ubers. And
Holy shit,
in
dude.
that well, that even that's like broad and sounds weird when you first say it, but
It's
like
so hard because
it's kind of, you know what I mean, where it's something's wrong.
There's
here.
a
Something's
fundamental
wrong here.
tension with you want the hardest content in the game to be the most rewarding.
Yeah.
But like the moment you do that, there's all sorts of incentives that come into play that mean that people don't like it when like there's a map now that you can't run because the because the mods are not good for you and that kind of stuff. And like, so then there's also
What the hell is wrong with the internet? What happened?
It's a little bit of a mess of problems.
It's a problem.
What happened to the
Part
internet?
of this I look at, I'm like, well, this is actually okay in some circumstances.
Right.
Like, it's okay for there to be some modifiers, maybe.
Right.
Well, I think you guys feel the same way. It's like, it's okay for this.
Why is this a thing? What is this?
Yeah.
To that.
You get this thing right now where you stack the risk only trickster and juggernaut. It's, again, we are changing a lot of these variables, by the way. We're not just leaving it for 327.
What is happening?
We are changing risk scarab. We are changing some stuff around map mod effect.
I know. She's actually
there are bits and pieces changing. I'm not going to stop band-aiding just because we have a grand plan for the future. Well, we have an absence of a grand plan, a desire to have a grand plan for the future. But we will. I would be very surprised. I know I shouldn't be promising content in the follow expansions because variables always change, but I'll be very surprised if we don't do a more drastic shift in 328 to solve this problem because, it's now long enough that it's not worth it. So obviously, hopefully the changes we are making improve things in a pretty meaningful way, is shake up the meta a little bit. But yeah, there's still going to be some woes, and but hopefully people can be excited.
What is this? I don't understand.
Whatever the thing is to come.
I genuinely don't understand.
It shouldn't be too hard for us to come up with something.
Hello there, buddy. Where'd you come
similar
from?
to how we did universal success and like is blatantly a win and isn't gonna, lower the value of people's economy.
Why is it like a water cannon?
I wouldn't be against if we can come up with something, because we're obviously going to design it soon. If we can come up with something or a piece of that something to deploy to mid Keepers of the Flame, I will push for that. We'll just have to see if that's something we can actually do, because often these things will mean like, oh, now all of X will become devalued, and I don't want to like ruin people's mid-league economy and wealth and just destroy it because we decided we want to make a change. And so there's considerations to make.
Yeah, from speaking to Octavian about the tier 17 modifiers as well, I can tell they're kind of weighing on him, like he really wants to do stuff with them.
I think we're all on the same page. I honestly don't even know if anyone really is disagreeing with, like, maybe in little ways, but I think everyone's kind of...
Okay, I gotta ask, like, is there someone who loves the 3 seconds out of every 10 seconds you can't deal damage modifier? Like,
Quinn?
I like it.
Okay, tell me why.
But I play support characters. I don't deal damage.
Okay. All right, you're gonna jump on this grenade.
What is that emote in my chat? What is that?
No, I mean, to be fair, I like things that are just a bit more... I'm a bit more masochistic in that regard.
That's
So,
what I was gonna say.
I'm not attempting to put my masochistic views on the player base. I understand that, generally speaking, people aren't for that kind of thing. But I also like trying those things, seeing how it is, and there are places, there are things where these can exist. Like if this was behind a couple more layers of some sort of more niche corruption mechanic where players, or some crafting system over here where players can kind of choose to do it.
What is that emote in my chat called Shrek?
Those things can exist, and I want to make sure we keep that kind of stuff. But in the broad mod pool, some of these mods are, they're not really working.
It was
evidently
that one, and the action speed reduction from using your skills, and I think there was the petrification statues that get mentioned a lot as well.
It's the drowning orbs plus that, plus it's just like, okay, thanks for making me slow. I mean, the thing about slowness is you do feel it, hence why. Whereas like often you can just be like, ignore that. It's a nothing mod.
Physically painful sometimes.
So but it's a bit overboard right now.
Yeah, it's like I see the problem here. Like I'm so torn on this because I get the idea of these modifiers being like things that you can feel like that they have a bit of an impact. They're not just like.
Well, I don't want everything to just be another multiplier making the monster get closer to one shot. You know what I mean?
Mechanics to happen.
Yeah, you want something, but something.
What the fuck is this?
There are some that are not.
What is wrong with him?
There's an analogy about this, which is like, how do you feel about immunities in D2? It's another sort of similar situation, right? Where it's like it forces you to change something about what you're doing, and a lot of people just really hate that. Yeah. And it's kind of like a similar sort of situation, I think.
Yeah, I'm the same. Like, I like the idea, but I don't like the execution of that at all. Yeah.
Right.
Or the
and I think we're actually sort of running into a similar situation with this.
This is, it is kind of your. I mean, we've danced with this a few times in the past. We had some immunities on some pinnacle bosses and stuff like that. We talked about it in previous chats a long time ago. But so it sounds like some of those modifiers are changing then, if nothing else, maybe as the band-aids.
Sure, I mean, there's band-aids like that, but there is something like wrong here though to solve. That's all. I don't know if I can say more than that, really.
Yeah.
With the map mod effect and the Atlas tree in particular, I'd rather there was like 15 different ways to scale difficulty and reward, as opposed to just like, here's the stat I stack. And it's just like straight multiplicative. Right. I don't know. I want, because obviously a lot of the stuff on the tree is affecting the leagues and the content.
Do you think if I start playing Elden Ring right now, I can catch up
to be the way that you can multiply? So it's like, do I want to focus on this, or do I want to focus on that? And there's like different builds within the like making things more harder and more rewarding. But yeah, right now it's just like, well, obviously I just stack all of that. Like quantifiably, it's obviously better, And like this, I don't know. It's a little bit lame, honestly. It's kind of just a boring thing right now, and I don't know. This again, drawing board, 100% back to it, revisit it. I'd be surprised if we're not doing something for 328 as much as I told myself I wasn't going to promise following expansion content, but
there's some patch notes coming out.
Quinn has more deaths in the first zone than your whole last run, including DLC.
11 a.m. in
is that true?
Whatever it is, kind of thing. Like,
there'll probably be like a rollout over time as well, from what I'm hearing. Like
Alkaizer VoD writing a surprisingly difficult task. It takes quite a while to get all that stuff.
I mean, you've got an extra week to make additional changes. That people are like, stuff, and some of this stuff may be in there, but it can be. Have a look at some of those in there, but it sounds like we're kind of on the same page with you guys, at least regarding a lot of that.
Yeah, I don't think you'll. I mean, obviously.
I have 90 deaths. I'm on the final boss. How many does Quinn have? This is the final boss. I'm at 90 deaths.
From a longer-term perspective, we have a pretty good in-game system right now. I think it's pretty well liked.
This boss was stupid. I didn't think it was a good boss. How many tries did it take? Like 100? Wait, why did I go to 24 now? 93, 94.
And to the point that it was Is that still the case? Like, have you achieved something?
I'm spinning the camera.
I think that we would want to not open the game. Like the reason that it's not like we're like, oh, this is what we're set on. We're now just going to skip this forever. Certainly not. It's more just it comes down to like it is hard to come up with the ability to do a scope for that, and it's been especially hard, since we've had like PoE 2 in early access. So it's kind of like we just need to get back to a point again where like that level of scope can happen. And I don't think it will be necessarily that far away from the point where that should be fine.
I died a lot to this guy.
It's just that like it really is just a question of like, can we get the ability and time to do it? Yeah, like I don't think we'll necessarily be that far away before we do something like that again. And
I mean, 24 deaths isn't that bad.
Stuff every once in a while, like it does become stagnant eventually. So you know, like yeah, I think we should do another big overhaul.
Switch my weapon yet? Jesus Christ! I hit it like 5 times.
A lot of different things, right?
We should be careful with overhaul.
Like it's not like it's going to change into like a you know, it'll still be fundamentally the PoE 1 Atlas. You know, like none of
this shit was all cool, but the like actual like gameplay is like kind of bad.
There's big changes, but
yeah.
I guess
does anybody feel me on that one, or do you think I'm cooked? Like, all this shit is like kind of cool, thematically, visually, all that shit, but like it's actually like kind of bad gameplay.
We do need, you know, like would need new pinnacles.
I'm cooked. Watch my gameplay and watch the boss's gameplay. Watch this, and you'll understand.
That kind of stuff, like escalating the narrative and cycling out bosses and cycling out characters, and you know,
I don't even know what's about that.
Generally pretty harmless and generally cool. Like you're not really.
Let's see what happens.
Messing with the systems and.
I don't know what any of these bosses do.
So like, obviously that's just a nice win when you get to be like, alright, what are the next set of, you know.
Can I switch my weapon yet? Jesus Christ! I hit it like 5 times.
Gone forward in time, you know. So will the in-game story at some point. You know, we'll do that for sure. It's just like there's always mechanics that come with it. And sometimes if you add those mechanics, they can't coexist with some existing ones because
like I'm trying to play,
a mess,
you know what I mean?
To have, you know,
and he's cheating.
Add more systems,
no,
and all of a sudden there's extra steps, even more over to have to do on your maps before you run them and that kind of stuff.
Let's see now. After watching him play. Alright, attempt number 2. Look at my gameplay. Look how dumb this is. I'm just spamming a jump attack.
But it's in a pretty damn good spot, and there's so much good about it, and I don't want to ruin that, so I would be very careful with that stuff, but honestly, generally, like what you might find is that we use this T17 thing as a motivation to go, what is this?
Look at this. He's spamming his ability. It's like, it's not even like you're playing a Souls game. It's just like, look at my visually appealing attack combo. 1, 2, 3. What is this? What is this? Look, he's like on a 19-hit combo. Like, what is this shit? Fuck, no, fuck this game.
Saying last
holy
time,
shit, dude! I forgot this. This shit was fucking dumb. Getting stuck on
the secrets of the.
How many tries did it take me to kill this guy?
Right, so we've got the other parts, or at least most of it. And yes, the tree is still there. And honestly, I don't think anything is fundamentally in my plan in my head is changing enough to cause anything.
Think about the fact that that took me 3 attempts. That's ridiculous. Like, it should just be like 1 or 2 tries.
Good fight.
Like, the fact that it took me even more than like 2 is like ridiculous. That took 3 attempts to kill. That's stupid. It should be done in 1.
Can see people getting stuck up, like genuinely hard stuck on that for sure.
Like 3 is like ridiculous. That's so long.
About balance. There wasn't too much revealed about balance in the reveal trailer stuff itself, but I know it was mentioned that there would be a bit of balance stuff going on here, and I've had a chat to a few people.
That's bullshit.
Scoped out some things, like for example, there is the unplayed assassin that gets asked about a lot, and it seems like something's happening for assassin.
Yeah, that actually came kind of recently. We were just like, can we really? I think what I had said, and my intention was to do this for both games, is like we should at least look at. Like, at least with respect to ascendancies, look at the least played class, especially if it's been consistently least played.
Yeah.
And make sure that that's on the radar and getting some level of improvement. And even if it means we have a go at it, and if the scope's too high, we do it a bit later, and if the scope's within spec, we do it immediately. And
that assassin rework sucks.
The assassin, it was like 40% lower, at least on the primary leagues, you know, it was like much lower usage than even the next class, and then, you know, so it wasn't doing very well. And it's been the case for a little while, so we were like, look, let's just do something. Like, come on, it's better than doing nothing. So obviously we just put together what we could over a couple days and kind of mix and match. We had like 3 or 4 different iterations, and you know, came up when we were looking at it. You know, it was like the whole. You have
the main thing, like, why the current state of the game, like, if you rework an ascendancy and has 0 defense, it's worthless in current PoE. Everything in the game gets enough DPS. Everything in the game gets enough DPS. You just need gear, but defense is too hard to come by. So, like, if you make an ascendancy has no way to, like, get some innate defenses that is exclusive to their class, essentially, it's a bad ascendancy.
You know,
that's basically
hopefully
PoE
people enjoy
in the
it and
current
play it.
day and age.
But
If the ascendancy doesn't have, like, some defense built in,
at least
it's a bad ascendancy.
We look at, not necessarily change, because it depends on the scope a bit, but we at least give it a go of making sure we look at the worst class no matter what, even if ascendancy classes aren't part of our, like, you know, the package of things that we're wanting to improve.
No defense, no ascendancy.
Sometimes we do a focus on ascendancy classes, other times skills, other times this, other times that, and but I was like, okay, it's like
Slayer has a lot of defense, actually, and it's still considered mid.
And see if we can be consistent.
Slayer has overleech out the fucking region, asshole, and it has 10% DR.
There's a little bit of a wildcard in the mix here with Bloodline Ascendancies. So, just to clarify, these are Ascendancies on top of your original class that you can choose where to put your points.
Same point pool, and the reason we a lot of
Deadeye,
people
I don't even think Deadeye is remotely popular, is it?
Like, well,
like
why
these
do you
days?
give separate points like Affliction? And the real
like bows are
reason
just
is,
inherently
like,
pretty bad right now.
Combinations.
I mean, Deadeye's kind of
great,
bad
but
right
also
now.
I didn't want to have to water down the power of the points.
Even in by softcore standards,
that's
let
too
alone
much power
HC.
creep, like to add to a character to be able to give trees at large. And so there was that interesting part of it. The other second
is
I wanted to make sure that there weren't enough points that you could put all 8, at least
or
generally.
Burger
So you
Blast.
find most of the classes only have 1 to 3 notables, kind of up to 6 points that you can spend.
Yep.
And this is so always, no matter what
Arion.
ascendancy you are still matters. I didn't want to just make
Burger.
it literally the entire game, no matter what base class you are.
Assassin is a day 1 ascendancy, yeah it is.
If it happened to be that a
If
certain
Mini
one
Nuts
was
does
creature.
anything out of line, Ariel, give him a hefty timeout. Take him out.
And all of a sudden now every single person is just this one thing. It wanted to be like, nah, I think we want to do a feature that adds as much in-game build permutations as possible.
Yeah.
Well, and also what's cooler than just being able to take the powers or learn the powers of a favorite boss for the purpose of a fantasy. Let's mix and match these things, and now you get this cool, like, okay, I'm a Templar, I'm all about, you know, holy powers, but I'm also going to embrace my dark side over here, or maybe the ways of the Asmerian. You get like a Shabi Guardian thing or something. Oh, sorry, I've got some.
Is it almost patch
in
notes?
my brain all the time. So, you know, you have your Slayer something. You know, so you know, the permutations honestly are endless, and obviously
What do I do?
And builds are created and all of that. But what we obviously find is that well, there's a few awesome perks here.
They're
that I kinda
yapping.
like, is that we can add motivation to doing certain content that otherwise you wouldn't normally do. That's great.
Is there actually PD2 soon?
We can add this for future
So no
content
scare,
very
you hear?
easily, right? There's probably other bosses that you're like, oh, we can do this and this and this. Like, it's
So no
very
scare,
easy to
you hear?
expand this and take it away. And the reason we're able to do that is because it is an in-game feature. It's not like overcomplicating the campaign and that player's experience. Like, you wouldn't want a second class in the campaign. People were like, holy, I've already got a tree and I've got this tree and
you mean a third
oh, yeah,
class.
a second, a second. It's like, okay, I've got too many classes. There's too much stuff going on. So being able to keep it in the
window
in-game as an
capture? I don't
in-game
even understand.
unlockable thing, where we can expand this feature over time. Now, all of that, of course, is under the assumption
What the hell?
it succeeds.
No, that's not what I
Again, we'll listen to the feedback, check what players think about it. But it's assuming it does well. Again, pretty high confidence. Yeah, it will remain and we'll keep expanding, keep extrapolating, keep changing. And then it's yet another lever where we get to add so many different builds, because one bloodline being able to then be paired with all,
yeah,
you know, 19 ascendancy classes is just like, all right,
fuck's
we've got
going
a
on?
lot of stuff going on
Bored.
here. A lot of different.
Like, I need
options, a lot of
some
cool
kind of
things you
visual
can do.
stimulus, like
Yeah,
something.
I
you
am
know,
actually
while
real
listening to these
excited
guys.
to see
Guess I'm playing Torchlight.
what happens here. More than most things. I'm always like kind of excited to see what players do with things, but like here I'm just like I don't know. But let's see what happens. Like, it's gonna be real cool, and I suspect you'll get, like, for quite a while, people narrowing down on exactly what the perfect combinations are for different things. And, yeah.
Well, this definitely seems like one of those things where you just design something cool and we'll see what players do with it, because there's too many permutations there, right? Like, I don't even know what the math on that is, but it's pretty crazy, the amount of, like, new nodes. Yes, several.
Infinite. No, not
desire core right now.
Accessible to all of the existing ascendancies. That's a lot of numbers.
Yeah. I am. I'm like thoroughly excited. I'm gonna just do the whole like, what boss do I feel like being this league? I'll just see if I can make that work, and then so I'm actually gonna go backwards. I'm gonna pick my bloodline based on what boss I want to kind of embrace the power of. Then I'll pick my ascendancy. Then I'll pick my, I'll go from there. And then I'll pick my skill, and I'll end up a support character. I'm sure.
Flavor building on this.
Well, if there's no mercenaries, I need to be a good mercenary to my friends. That's my philosophy.
Back to being mercenary again, eh? So this isn't tied to Breach League. The Keepers of the Flame. It's a core game feature. Blend standard as well, right?
Yep, 100%. Yep.
Cool. And saw someone asking about Forbidden Flesh and Flame. I assume that wouldn't work with this.
Not with these, but that isn't to say there won't be some future uniques that maybe do.
I mean,
we'll see what happens.
There's an option there, isn't there?
Yeah. Okay. More Forbidden Flesh and Flame? I don't know.
Right. Continuing on the balance topic from asking around the PoE community, some of the more common things that just kind of come up was, well, the most popular thing was just the general idea of buffing underprivileged skills, like giving them some love. So you mentioned this idea of like looking at the worst thing in terms of ascendancies. Is that something you want to do with skills?
Yeah,
as well?
we're always, there's a little bit of there's a few things to go into here. Like, for example, yes, there's obviously the core skills that are bad. Sometimes those are then enabled by something else going on, some other feature getting added, uniques, whatever. But most of the time, they're just said underprivileged. We've done a decent chunk of numerical changes here, mostly numerical. Some
Dude,
are,
I can't even get in the ring. What is this?
I want to say unsalvageable. But like, you know, they don't have the same level of different multiplicative scaling that other skills could get. There's not too many though. And they require more, what I'm getting at there is they require more of a rework in order to actually become, truly viable. That being said, yes, there are plenty that always need numerical improvements. I don't know, and then you've got things like the Trathan gems, right? Cool concept. 90% of them weren't really seeing any use. A few were, and now those are going core, I believe, into heist is what it is. But meanwhile, also full balance pass. So hopefully some more come to the foreground there, and so on. So like, but like honestly, this is like a kinda endless task. It's like almost like you could just never stop. So like, we like to just do batches at a time and send it, and we try and do as many as we can. But like each require discussions. They can be quite time consuming. Some are more obvious, where it's like, okay, obvious increase, and others are like, do we want to do this or do we want to rework it? And then you get lost in a rework discussion. It's important to like cut the
holy dog shit loot.
And it's like, actually, look, for now, buff it. We'll come back to it later. But yeah, like we get through as many as we can. We've done a bunch. I could.
That's
always
like
say,
minus
well,
300. Pretty good.
I don't
minus
think
300.
there's a real endpoint to that. So yes. Sure. I wanted this patch to be very class-centric.
Minus 300?
In terms of balance, and like we did.
This is what you do in the game. You just gamble
we did
forever.
A decent chunk. But it's, we didn't get to cover every base 100%. So obviously, like you got the bloodline classes, you've got grafts, which are character-centric, and then we got the whole set of new skills and support gems. And some changes around that. There are a bunch of other changes, but yeah, like it's that thing where I don't know if I'm ever satisfied. I always just you want to do everything. You want to literally do it all, and you never can. So like, hopefully there's enough. Certainly should be enough to shake up the meta. Should be enough to make everything feel fresh and some awesome, cool new stuff. But like, don't be surprised if a particular person's favorite skill didn't happen to get touched. Like,
that's the interesting thing about the skill buffs idea is that you manage to achieve these days there's lots of different builds, and they're changing a lot each league as well by virtue of like the new stuff that you're adding, like ascendancy changes or new skills or whatever. All that stuff is creating lots of new builds all the time. But when it comes to the skill buffs, I think it's more just about, like you said, like someone has like a favorite skill.
It was almost good. It's the wrong mana mod though.
It sucks to see. It sucks to miss something, like, because what happens when you buff everything, then you get a lot of like, but what about this? And you're like, yeah, I know, I'm sorry. I wanted to, I really wanted to, and and then sometimes we still try and just squeeze it in before the patch, and we just try and get as many done as we can. But yeah, like again, it is ultimately a resource game, and we do as much as we can. We really do, combined with both new stuff to change everything up. bringing like excessive outliers down, and we do try and improve as much
Trickster.
as we can. And this time we took it upon ourselves to add a bunch of new skills and supports, and so I don't know, there's heaps there, but you know, it's that thing where
Is it really going to be a full hour plus before we get the notes?
You want to do hand casting, you want to do that, you don't want it to just, I know that's come up, and I think even you mentioned earlier as well, it's just like, it devolves down to often, you know, either Archmage or, you know,
some stupid shit.
Femoral Edge and like that kind of stuff being just like, well,
hey, he said the
obvious,
word.
right, quantifiably better. And so yeah, it's the ideal thing where, you know, we'd make some changes to some of those, and ideally it'd bring up all something else, but you know, sometimes you get some of it, not all of it, and everything. But yeah, there's heaps here. Just, you know,
I don't know what he's doing right now.
You never quite catch everything, but there will be new metas, there will be new builds, and probably a lot of existing stuff will still be, you know, pretty decent. But yeah, just a bit of nerfs, a bit of buffs, a bit of, you know, that's how it goes with all of this balanced stuff, really. It's a bit chaotic, but, you know, there's something satisfying to it, but yeah, as I said, you never really fully get everything. And
this guy's so much immunity and like invincibility attacks.
Kind of answered my question a bit.
Like right now he's immune to damage. I don't know why, but he is.
That's come up as being a bit problematic is hand casting, self casting spells, and usually I think what gets brought up with that is like slow base cast speed, and that in turn making things like echo feel bad, and mana costs being.
I don't think we've done that enough justice for sure.
Yeah.
But it's certainly on the hit list. Yeah. So we'll either we can get to do some stuff, you know, in this coming week if it's simple, if we can think of it. It's not off the cards. That being said, there's always next expansion as well. But honestly, you never know, because often these external variables, like the new classes and stuff like that, can really change these things up, you know, without you really predicting it as well. So, you know, I can't speak to what we'll do in 3.28 with respect to all of this, because we have to observe what happens in this patch first, given how many variables we've added, and like we said, we've added a nearly infinite number of permutations of builds with the new bloodline classes and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll see how all that goes, and then we'll just keep doing it.
Pretty good.
It never stops, never ends. It literally
Didn't
is
even
an
dupe,
infinite
though.
task. You never
Minus
run out of
300?
stuff to do
Nah,
here,
that card's
so
worth
we'll
way
just
too much.
Keep doing it every single patch as best as we can.
One that comes up a lot is the kind of dominance of ES stacking and kind of stacking builds in general, but ES probably has been getting mentioned a lot more. Forbidden Ride, Ephemeral Edge, things like that, but also just ES compared to Life as well.
Yeah, it does happen.
Classic.
You know, there are band-aid fixes and stuff like that we always like to do, whether or not you can consider them band-aids or just like, you know, just change some numbers here and there. Sometimes in the case of like an Ephemeral Edge, it can be a matter of like, yeah, that's an acceptable thing to do. It just shouldn't be so easy to do. So yeah, I wouldn't say there's no broad solution here, but yeah, I agree that is a problem where it's like
this one's
the
really
more
annoying.
traditional just do a thing feels like it's now wrong. It feels like you gotta like pre-commit to being like, what is this singular thing I'm gonna stack, and then pick the thing that scales off of that. So be it like attributes historically, you know, not just the current meta. It's always it's always like, yeah, you just like heavily stack this one thing, and oh, here's a unique that scales off that thing. And it's like, well, that's on one part is interesting. It's like fun. That is the build.
I'm in two minds on it. Like
but then when every build is just like, okay, well, that's stacking this, that's stacking that, that's stacking, and you start going through the build, you're like, okay, well,
we definitely like very slowly got here over time. I feel like in the stacking, where it just became kind of like, yeah, just a little bit at a time. It became PoE 1 became all about stacking.
It really primarily comes down to mostly to the unique items they got added.
Yeah, it's often
generally a unique item's special thing is like, what am I going to scale off? You know, be it, you know, off evasion or off armor or off energy shield or off life or off ES or off mana, and you know, or off int or off strength. You know, it does end up in that, and then some unique gets added. Like maybe it's 1 per year, and it's like, oh, here's another 6%
really
increased intelligence. There we go. That builds.
Oh, I can't do this one. He's in some spot. I literally can't even walk there. I guess I'm dead.
That point for sure. So
it's like I don't even know like how much of a problem it is, but it's like definitely identifiable that it's like a big aspect of the build meta for everyone.
It is. I think
other things out maybe.
I think it's too dominant, but on the other hand,
it's fun though. Like,
yeah,
people
it's
like
fun. It's cool. It's interesting.
They don't really want to
you could argue it's what makes things it kind of is part of PoE to a degree.
Yeah, it's an actual action.
Yeah, so you've got to be careful with it. You don't just want to take away all the fun and just make everything flat and boring. On the other hand, but you also don't want it to feel like a player's made a mistake by playing.
My boy's immune to damage right now. Help.
You know, build, and it often can feel that way. So there's a fine line here. Hard to
I don't even know.
At that fine line, but yeah, some things are a bit too OTT at this point, and other things are too far on the bottom end. And the other problem is if they start buffing all the skills, well, a lot of those skills might see use, but they'll still see use in that stacking ecosystem, and then it's like, well, have you really made a new build at that point? Like,
I think that's sometimes the problem is like, oh, my builds feel the same.
Who's it? Thanks, dude.
Like, I'm using different skills, but they're all
100 gems.
or something like that.
I don't have a like.
I'm not fucking dying.
It's the solution.
Yeah,
because it really isn't how it actually. It's not really how it plays.
Kind of gauging your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy discussing.
I think I lost like 400 FE doing that.
Honestly,
it's fine.
500 different solutions, and we need to just chip away at them and you know, mold it, and it will eventually, you know, shift into something else, and then that will be meta, and then that will be complained about probably after a while, and then something else will be, and you know, it's the cycle. It is balance. It is an, as I said, it's an infinite amount of work, and we just need to keep doing it. Like, you don't give up on it because it can never be solved.
How much
you
is
just
a
keep
Phantom?
Going. And as long as people are having fun, and you don't like compromise the philosophy of the game ultimately, then you're winning, right?
Balance is a journey. Yeah, it's not about the destination. It's about the journey.
It is. It actually is.
Yeah, for real.
I mean, sure, it's just the stops along the way. Every expansion.
That's it. Yes.
Every reroll.
Well, a nice stop on this expansion I noticed is Wand. So you did actually mention it last 326 Q&A. You said Wand specifically. I went back and watched, and I was like, interesting. I should ask about that. And then you showed off a bunch of Wand skills, and it seems like there's some nice Wand buffs going on in there to help Wanders out.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple things.
Some Jung Roan build shit for sure.
Is that there's attack mod only Wand based types in the series now. So they're literally, and they're kind of themed more around kinetic
wands.
Wands, and so because that's always been a bit of an annoyance. Like, there is a place for the hybrids, but that's been a bit of an annoyance. So now we get the like pure attack ones to help it easier to roll for those builds. You got way more of a skill set to pick from now, and then I mean, generally speaking, the skills.
Are you playing Big Booty?
They can be pretty hectic. You know, they can scale pretty well.
Kinetic round is very hectic.
But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a cool theme, just like that general kind of like, you know, physical kinetic energy kind of thing going on. We had a little bit of it with
some patch notes.
Blast, so we just extrapolated on that theme, and you know, you got your wanders, and it's
I've hardly even been playing this.
We also added a little bit of like kind of wind magic, some tornado stuff.
It's like a force wall that you can.
Yeah, the kind of force wall.
Right now, it looks like it's
Huntress from PoE 2 a little bit with some of the
slams into Trickster again.
I walked
meta.
upstairs the other day.
That's currently what it looks like. Nothing's saying otherwise yet.
Embracing the tornadoes, and he's like, "That's not even
surely
half
the patch
tornado
notes will save us, right?"
And I was like, "All right, sweet, all right." I was like, "Yep, that's PoE 1," and I walked out of the room. I was like, "All right."
I blasted like I went through 4
extra ring seems OP. It's definitely not.
Like, man, this is so good.
It's pretty bad.
My life. Like, oh my lord, the new skills and the wands, and it's like it's not just the kinetic ones as well. Like, it actually pairs pretty well with the other ones that have like the flat added elemental damage and it all kind of came together a bit. It's like, oh,
it's cool.
I definitely in the past I just kind of like wrote wands off. I was like, yeah, they're never gonna get to wands. It's like
because you lose your amulet, right? What else? You lose flask,
niche.
you
It's
lose
actually an interesting
amulet,
thing.
or you lose.
I mean, obviously, it was designed before I started on PoE, and I always thought, I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool. Like, that wands that aren't about just spellcasting. You know, they're about doing attack damage. I thought it was interesting.
Just Lero style. That's all I like.
You're supposed to get a net gain whenever you
this
click
might be the largest
a
update
level
to
up
wand
type thing, like a Senzu thing.
Absolutely.
And if you're gaining a ring and then you're losing an amulet,
finally, look, I know there's some people in the chat.
You actually lose character power by doing that.
Yeah, you're
almost
right.
always.
Your moment has finally come. It's good
cool.
stuff.
Yeah, there's some.
Like, think about losing your amulet. You lose your annoyance. Like, you actually make your character weaker by doing that. I don't know.
There's some that we want to still extrapolate on, but like wands was the main focus.
Yeah, definitely.
That's some curse that shit, dude.
Pairing in nicely.
What, you got a triple synth ring? That's perfectly
on your
rolled
back
for
as well. Very cool. Lots of fun synergies there.
Or something. I don't fucking
know.
So,
we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, but shifting gears a little bit, I'm curious about the long-term development of PoE 1. Like, how much is PoE Classic, PoE 1 kind of like sacrosanct to you? Like, how much do you like not want to change it? Or because you've been taking things from PoE 2 and feeding them back into PoE 1.
Like Ravage farming.
And I'm curious, like, is there
for your towers,
points you get to where you're like, well, actually, let's not push it too much closer to PoE 2 in that direction, but keep it.
Yeah, Belt is greater than Ring in general.
Maybe like actually, let's kind of preserve it as it is.
I don't want PoE 1 to ossify into something where we feel like we can't change stuff. Like that would be bad.
Better than Ring. Maybe triple synth Ring at some point on some
but
builds.
It's kind of like okay, the stuff people that we'll probably take back from PoE 2 is more around the sort of QOL areas of stuff, right? So obviously, people would have been
the multi-seal
async trade
thing looked pretty good.
PoE 2 to PoE 1. That's obviously something required, but so it's been sort of nice that we get to do a little bit of like proving grounds. The other one is in PoE 2 for some of those changes to see whether or not it'll be okay.
The Rage one might be okay.
The thing we wouldn't want to ever do to PoE 1 is make changes that would break what people like about it fundamentally. So there's things like the trickiest parts, things like the way that item drops are and stuff like that. Like I don't know that, like, even though there are things I don't like about that, I don't think we could necessarily change them either.
That's definitely a good price.
So like there's stuff like that you just have to kind of like let it be, because they could easily break stuff that people really like.
It kind of raises the question, like, what is it about PoE 1 that does need to be kept, that is kind of what makes it feel like itself, that people do love about it?
I think that it's hard to even define that. Quite
Adrenaline
frankly.
is for sure better than Rage.
Because,
no, it definitely isn't. That's not true
like
at all.
It's a mix of things. I mean, look, the thing that PoE 1, I guess, has become known for, as opposed to PoE 2, is just like the combat pace stuff, like where it's just like ultra fast in a lot of ways. But it's not like there was like a goal to make PoE 1 like that either. It just kind of is, and so you wouldn't like it's I wouldn't even want to nerf that about PoE 1, right? Like it just is how that is, right?
Nothing
so
really generates
like,
enough rage per second, other than like Warcry, like Berserker type stuff. But Berserker gets multiplicative bonuses.
From perspective, like it's
like Rage, has all the stuff that really makes Rage strong. So if you're on average playing at half Rage,
I don't even know how to really get into this exactly, but it's like we're just trying to make a good game.
I don't even know if it's a net game.
It's not like we changed design philosophy or anything like this, right? Like it's the same design philosophy from the same designers. Like going on in both. It's more just a question.
There is a consistent thing. All right, this is the thing. There's a consistent thing that's been happening in PoE 2, where if you add something and then immediately take something away, the net gain is very, very, very little, or even zero, or even negative. And they're putting a lot of that. I don't want to say they're putting a lot of it, but they're starting to put some of it more into PoE 1, right? It's like if you add a ring slot and then you take away your amulet slot, your character became 20% nerfed. And you didn't even get any bonus for pathing your 2 ascendancy nodes. So not only did you get like a negative 20 loss, you actually end up with like a negative 35 loss, right? Or a negative 40 loss. So by clicking add an additional ring and removing your amulet, your character became 40% weaker. That's what actually happens. Like, it's not even like you gained anything. You actually became 40% weaker, because if you would have just taken 2 other nodes that would have just gave you some just straightforward power, right? It's like, it's really, really hard to justify adding something, then taking away something at the opportunity cost of something else that you could have taken that would just be net gain. Like, in general, it's almost always bad. It has to be a crazy gain for it to be justifiable. You cannot add a ring and then take away your amulet and gain any character power. And that's not even including the, like, opportunity cost of, like, I could just click 2 nodes on another ascendancy or whatever, right? On my normal ascendancy. Like, the downside is like so bad that it can't even be justified. Like, the kind of justifications we're trying to make for clicking that, for example, would be like, maybe I had a mere tier triple synth ring that was like +1 endurance charges with like, crit multi-max and whatever the fuck else. I don't fucking remember what all synth rings get, but it's like perfectly rolled and everything that it's mirror worthy, right? Like, then maybe it's a net gain. But like, holy shit, man, that shit's crazy. Like, you can't. It's so hard to justify adding something then taking away something at the same time. Like, the net gain, the initial benefit of like what you're gaining has to be super, super big, right? Ring and belt are greater than ring on average, like typically, right?
Make sure we get as many of those players as possible. What would it
but the big kicker is like whenever you start talking opportunity cost of like, hey, this costs 2 ascendancy points in the first place. It's not even free, right? Like I could just take two generic ascendancy nodes, or you know, of something that are decent.
Think about it, I think in the same way. It's like I'm not thinking I'm making changes to bring in new players. I'm thinking
it's scary. It's scary to do that. It's really dangerous territory to like do that because the numbers have to be very tightly tuned.
Would be impossible to change just due to the game field changing so much.
Yeah.
And so like, you know, like
the seal one's nice, right? Like the seal for like self-cast unleash builds and shit. That shit's really good. 20% CDR on your seal is really strong, and then obviously just more damage and more maximum seal from more burst. But it's like you don't lose anything for doing that. You just gain that power, so it's good, right? That's why that one is good. A lot of
philosophical discussions occur with respect to.
But again, this is where the alternative is like that plus 20 max rage. You get adrenaline.
Most of
well,
it is just like we're just kind of all get.
If we can say that a berserker on average with max rage gets 80% damage extra, 80% multiplicative damage for being at max rage. What if you click that plus 20 max rage node and then on average you're playing at half rage? So instead of playing at, you know, 50 max rage, you're on average 25 max rage. So instead of that 80% more damage, you're basically playing at 40% average.
That's it.
Right?
Cool shit, that's fun.
And then you can factor in, hey, adrenaline. Maybe adrenaline gives you like 30% more damage average. Or something like that. Maybe you're like 70% average damage increase with the two of them. That's lower than 80%. And you spent 2 nodes to get that. So it's a mega net loss. You're losing like 30% damage for clicking that adrenaline node, for example.
What are the rules? What are we going to change?
Right?
At the end of the day, it's just like, well, I don't know. We'll just continue to make cool shit.
That looks real. I have that one.
It's generally
really
what
bad.
we're going to do, and so I don't
Not
know.
Even leaving
It's actually a little bit hard to try and decipher that down into like a set of rules or something. You know, it's like I don't know. If it's cool, if it's fun, if people love it, then it's a win. And
it's good that I
the whole add something, take something away is like it's like they gotta chill on that in both games.
Objectively, like limits to how.
Like if something is like add something but also take something away, it's like it's almost always guaranteed to like just stay away from it.
Should dexterity give you?
That way, like a niche opportunity here and there where it's like genuinely worth it, but in general it's like bad practice. I think
every time I come over here,
it's really like you're almost griefing your character when you start taking some of that shit.
For dexterity, yeah, still haven't solved that one.
At this point, I just feel like nothing. Just nothing.
Just vibes.
We just call it. We rename it to green attribute. It just does nothing.
Add something, take something away. It's like starting to trigger me because they keep putting it in PoE 2 more and more of it, and now it's coming into PoE 1.
So you did mention the asynchronous is
it's like they balance so much PoE 2 stuff with add something, take something away that we're getting add stuff, take something away in PoE 1 now. And it's just like, oh my god, dude. Can we just like gain bonuses without a penalty?
To be honest, like
right?
I think it basically. I mean, the fact that PoE1 got the gold.
Like, can we go back to the idea of just like we're gonna give you something cool, period. Not we're gonna give you something cool and then take something away at the same time. So you gotta find a way, like, if it's actually genuinely worth it. So please no.
So yeah, we had to do a little bit of balance around that. Obviously, but also like we do have to go through and assign gold prices to everything in the game.
It's not terrible.
Because PoE1 has a lot of different items and stuff going on. We did have to go through and do all of that. So yeah, it wasn't just like immediate. We had to consider, well, hold on, the gold balance already was kind of like, you know, tight. Like, so it's in that spot of like, you know, some people are like, I want more, and you do want people wanting more, and so now all of a sudden there's this extra thing. That's a cost, so we have to obviously.
Yeah, you have to give up your OG ascendancy points to allocate new ones, and that's one of my main points is.
Mostly just, I guess the
like, yeah, you might find a way to justify gaining a ring at the cost of like your belt or your flask or amulet or something, but
which is made pretty much entirely redundant by this, so that old trade board.
It still comes at that cost of 2 ascendancy points also, so like it's really hard to like justify
We're actually
it.
deploying that, just a fun fact. We're going to make a post about it, but we're deploying that a bit, the removal of that a bit early, because we need. There's like a thing where we have to get rid of it before the new system is put in place, due to just like database migration kind of territory things. So yeah, we're doing that like a couple days early to remove the console trade board, and then a couple days later 327 releases. So there'll be a little bit. We'll do a whole post about that, just about what happens to those items.
Just need to find some that are just like good, straightforward power.
Stuff, but, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you for the PoE 1 only players who maybe.
I'm sure there's a few. They didn't really. They showed like 1 or 2 that looked maybe worth clicking on some builds, some ascendancies, but like.
Massive quality of life improvement and very
some of the, in general, they seem pretty weak. In general.
A new era.
We have a bunch of UX.
But some ascendancies do have really weak last 2 point nodes, really weak, right?
It's got its kinks, so like I wouldn't want people to think just because it's porting that we're seeing it as perfect. You know, I know people have brought up having save searches.
Yep.
Being able to more rapidly, like, you know, you could control click your
Gladiator,
right click your item to automatically search for the that item. And
we're getting that feature, right?
I played Gladiator and Ruthless a little bit
I'm
for
talking
me.
about things that are in progress.
Like, that's actually wild that you're like potentially getting that. That's
It's very. I know everyone wants.
Is that going to be in time for PoE 1's release?
I'm not sure. I actually haven't followed up on the exact specifics of that, where that's at, but if not, it'll just be mid-league.
1
or
hour
something, you know what I mean?
stalling.
Like we'll try. As soon as it's done on both games, it'll get deployed.
Since you're on it, was there like a reason why you can't mouse over items in like your sold items log to see what they were? Like I like that information.
I'll probably do some runs tomorrow and just like let the thing cook. This is like gonna be Giga PoE 1 for a while.
Require storing the item, which might have been
And I'm rusty as shit. Not that that really matters. But
I remember
discussing
discussing
the PoE
that
1
before
brain.
doing it, and we were like, that would be cool. That would be the thing we wanted to do.
Probably doesn't store it at the moment because it's like, yeah, it's not like, I mean, we can probably do it, but
right now it looks like slams and tricksters, like normal gameplay.
Yeah, it certainly would be nice. Like I like that feedback.
Until we see patch notes here in like an hour, then maybe things will look different. But currently that's what it looks like.
But effectively, I think that like trying to improve the kind of price
so much
check
FE, just raw
experience
drop.
would be the thing that kind of like the next frontier of like the in terms of the in-game UI trade searching sort of stuff.
The next slippery slope to slide down to.
As long as we don't all of a sudden have like stock market-esque UIs.
No, I don't think we're not gonna get that. Like, basically, we have to find a way to do that stuff that doesn't get overcomplicated.
Yeah.
So like, you know, but then that's the tricky part. Like, you know, trying to improve that.
Yeah, I know we've talked about.
Are you capped at 2 alternate quality ascendancy points? You're not, right? Like you can take like 4, but they can only be from one different class, right?
You guys have to be able to help make that like much more.
Pretty sure that's how it works.
Right.
You can't take multiple.
Which is a very complex affair.
But you can invest 4 points if you want to, right?
On the card,
that's how that works.
Something you're exploring, pushing further. Not just kind of leaving.
But yeah, but I don't think that's going to come all in one grand moment. Like I think it'll be, you know, so yeah, like so this time it might be just, you know, being able to, I can't remember what the modifier keys you have to hold is, but there's some modifier keys you can do to like effectively search for the item that you've got under your cursor, but open up the board and see it.
Nice.
I was expecting to play SSF first character, but
I'll just search for that, and then
it looks like it's just straight into trade, honestly. Just HC trade from day one.
The thing that you want to get into is because there's all the questions around, okay, but what if these mods are irrelevant and you don't want to search for them, and like being able to do that right. Exactly, there's like all of those things that need that need a little bit of UX around them that we will.
Yeah, that's what I'm excited about, because with the right UX, you could really communicate that skill.
Right.
But you hate trade? Dude, I'll permaban you.
Kind of exciting. Anyway, slightly getting off topic.
I prefer trade. I've always said I prefer trade. Like, don't say shit. I think SSF is dumb.
Rightfully afraid of like what would be the economic implications of this? How would it affect gearing and progression? And like, I guess like firstly, what has been kind of the use rate of asynchronous trade? Like
SSF is the dumb version of the game.
We were checking on this recently. I think that you got them to look up the numbers on that, and it ended up being around 50-50.
Just under half were using the new system in PoE 2 so far. I expect that to go up over time.
Trade is the intended way the game is supposed to be played. I don't like software trade for sure, but like HC trade is chill. It's good.
You know, from one person to the other. But there was a little bit of filtering, like, okay, if it's like with your friend, do we count that or not, and like that kind of thing. Like there was a few things like that that we would need to sort of look at to see, like, you know, questions around that. But yeah, I mean, look, it's people who are using it seem to like it. I mean, the buyer experience is obviously way better.
We generally found like. I don't know if it's still the case now, but like for a while, like the new trade system, the items were a little bit more expensive. So then there were people who were like,
settling in.
I'll deal with the new, I'll deal with the old one because I want to find it cheaper.
But then the reason why they're more expensive is because the fact it's easier to buy them, so therefore people are willing to pay more. So
most people are like, I'm just gonna.
There's like, we've seen like 1/3 of them. Like there's gonna be some good shit in there, right? For sure.
I'm one of them.
Right.
Cost of money, yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's important to note as well, and I just want to always verify this. If you are a PoE 2 player and you do have your merchants tabs, you have them in PoE 1 already. You don't need to buy new ones.
Good.
They are shared, just to reiterate.
So, what do you think has been the effect on economy and gearing? And like, is it as you know, I guess as bad as you feel.
I honestly want to look a lot more into this, and I sort of suspect that the damage, as it were, that it causes is like quite subtle and harder to appreciate.
Yeah.
I don't think there's no damage. I think it does matter, and like the things we were concerned about are real. It's just that like it's really hard to kind of quantify that. And I sort of suspect that at the end of the day, the benefits just outweigh that by much higher degree, to the point where like it honestly, you know, like should have just done it.
Was the cost that needed to be paid.
But the thing that you were just saying, right, is that like those kind of like mid items are like now worthless kind of thing, and that is exactly the fear that we had, right? Like that's the concern.
Yes, Jonathan was asking me before this, like what has been my feeling of like how it's affected my experience, and like I was saying, I'm the player who lives in that 5 to 10 C sale range, like selling those items for 5 to 10 K.
And that is exactly the fear that like introducing fast trade does kill the values there, and that like I mean that's a problem.
Yeah.
But the only thing that's going to change that is if we increase gold prices. Now, there's going to be an interesting dynamic with the gold and PoE 1, and like we'll sort of be interested to see there. But it's like
we'll have to keep an eye on that one for sure.
Yeah. But it's sort of also hard to know exactly what's going to happen with PoE 1 as well, just because there's so many more items. Like there's so much more going on.
You ready to shoot him, Ploop?
Like
is it time?
Maybe the breadth of the.
We still got 50 minutes. We could shoot people for 50 minutes. I'm just saying.
A little bit there, but it's hard to say. It's really hard to say.
Like it's. I mean, it's an interesting mixture of phenomena. Like you get the ability to obtain.
Watch this gamble. I'm about to lose 1700 FE.
Results total. Like you can buy a set of gear basically for 1 exalt each.
Right.
So like that's obviously there's a big impact there. That,
for sure. I mean, that's.
Do you think I'll win if I buy this?
Again, that is the fear, right?
It's just the like the standard now, the bar for like
1650 FE down the drain. Instant poof. I bought it.
Follow-up questions.
Am I doing it? Watch this.
As to how powerful crafting is, how powerful.
Oh, that's a good one actually.
When you first get to the game, like how difficult the content is. Obviously, there's like
I made money.
Whole, like follow up here.
I mean, we're gonna have to effectively look at what all of that and adjust. And the thing
I made money. I made like 1,000 probably.
The difference between SSF and not is effectively increased. And
1600 becomes.
Well. Yeah, I mean, there's some stuff there. But I mean, going back to PoE 1, I suppose like. Yeah, even though
like 2700,
PoE 2, we're just going to really just have to see what happens in the PoE 1 economy, and there, you might have to be some adjustments, but it's going to come down to the individual.
I mean, either way though, like the amount of people I saw just being like, please just deploy a league. I don't care if there's nothing in it. As long as the trade system's there,
but this is the thing, right? Like it just kind of has to happen. Like it doesn't even matter. Like there can be problems and we'll adjust for them, but we still have to do it anyway.
But of course, like,
so you know, like
it's
that's
such an improvement.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
I'm excited.
It's
good.
It's so good.
It's very very good.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to explore this. Like maybe like even next Q&A, like how it looks like if we start to see things over time.
That would be cool. But yeah, it's crazy to think about, you know, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we're talking about releasing Breach 9 years ago. Now who would have ever thought we'd have gold and asynchronous trade and a currency market? And
I think I would have been more into Torchlight if I had like more time to like prepare for it.
We are.
Or if it like maybe like a month later. I think it came out a little too early for me.
It's a good thing. It is. It's healthy evolution.
It's good. Gaming autopilot.
Okay. So moving on to some kind of mixed questions. Mercenaries was mentioned to be likely
no
returning
mercenaries.
After rebalance, redesign in some cases. I'm just curious, like, does that mean that like some sort of horrible mercenaries is a
I don't even care if I res anymore.
Like
I just want to lose my
there with the gambling.
It's a matter of 99. You can't res, right?
The intentions they come back. There's just a little bit of figuring. I mean, like with all these things, we have to figure out exactly what. It's very hard to develop.
Secret round.
We like to see how players think about it, find the bad things, find the good things, and all that. And it's very hard to develop how it goes into core straight away, because then you'd be working on that, and some things might change, and then you end up wasting a bunch of time. It's way easier to let it end, to be able to process everything all in one collective, and then make the changes and bring it back together. But like, what is it like? It's a great new player tool. It's great, like, or you know, less skilled players tool. But like, what does it look like when it's not the active league? Like, I don't want a mercenary in every area, and you know, there's all these kinds of like things you got to mess around with and change about how they appear. Is it on the Atlas tree? Are there scarabs for it? Like, what does that even mean? I don't know. And then you know, all the way through to you know, were we happy with how they were itemized? Like, you know, I thought it was too free to just put all the uniques on them without really caring about the downside. Like they would, you know, there's like they weren't balanced quite right. There were some that were terrible, some that were not so terrible, and like, you know, So there's just heaps of stuff to change. It's really hard to do that when you're in the middle of the league and where you're gathering all that information. So yeah, generally, and this is what you find with a lot of leagues, you get the league, you get a break, and then it comes back 1 or 2 leagues later because it's given us enough time to work out all those kinks and put it in game, you know?
Fundamentally though, like, so I quite liked Mercenaries, but I also see it as like the sort of thing that I don't know if I'd want it to always, like, you always have to hire a mercenary.
I agree.
Well, it would be mandatory, right?
And that would be and then this is the thing with additive power like that as well. Is like the moment you've got that, well, what's the reason why you don't do it?
Yeah.
And that's answering that question, I think, is like
so that's
part of the
trying to figure out. Then
yeah, you'd have to have a reason.
If you had a permanent mercenary and then permanent grafts and
exactly.
Can we do this theme where they're just like I'm down with them just redoing new like old league mechanics and just polishing them up, like Breach again all over again. I think it's good.
It doesn't involve everyone has a mercenary all the time now, which is fine in a league, but I don't think fine for just the game overall.
Yeah, so I imagine it. When it comes back,
Delve. Give me Delve too, genuinely.
Like, limited
let's
or
fucking go.
Maybe honestly, it's hard to say. It's hard
Give me
to say.
Delve too.
Yeah, like I imagine there's like a lot of different ways you could go with that. Whether it's like, oh, they're tied to a skill gem, or they're tied to a certain ascendancy, or something like that. But I mean, it's a cool design. Like, it'd be cool to have them back in some capacity.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm sure they will come back eventually. It's just, yeah, how?
Yeah, we already said they were, so they are.
Yeah, you promised when you said mercenaries and then the graphs, and I was like, what's that game with the giant rolling ball that just sucks up all the entire city? Like, I was like imagining Exiles just kind of becoming that over time.
Yeah, don't want to just turn the game into just like everyone's an auto bomber. You know, with all their just like league mechanics just killing everything for them, you know.
Katamari, thanks, Chad. That's the one. Yes, giant Katamari ball exiles. So we did touch on gold. That was good. Heist is mentioned as getting the Trathan gems added to it to give it a little bit more. It got some nice quality of life improvements. But something that I saw that was an interesting question was. So at one point, Heist had these like extra modifiers you could get on contracts to make them more interesting, and they don't really have anything like that. And I would go so far as to say right now, Heist doesn't really have any decision making. How do you guys feel about the state of Heist overall?
It's not good enough. And this is the part of the problem is we were having. It's like, we want to do this kind of like mid-to-grand rework for it, like make it better and change this and change that. And then that was honestly what was holding up that QOL change, where it's just like, because we also were like, we'll design it out such that the rogues don't have the levels, and it was waiting on that, and I was like, okay, look, at this point, it's been too long. We don't know when we're going to be able to do this. We can't say with certainty, because again, the same resourcing limits, the same argument as Charlie. The answer is the same as everything. We have to pick our battles. There's more battles than can be fought, and so and the same thing. It was like, okay, well, look. If we're not doing this anytime soon, then yeah, we should do this QOL change, and you know we'll make little incremental improvements to them all the time. But yeah, it's one of those ones that needs some love for sure, and it'll come eventually. We cycle through everything eventually, so yeah, I mean, I just can't win. I don't know. You know, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like I don't feel like sitting here doing nothing
every time, and we try and pick.
I'm not like super interested in listening to what they're saying.
I know there'll be some people who are like, "I should be your #1 priority battle," but like you know, I don't think that's the majority vote right now. So you know, we try and make sure we.
Heist is a tricky one because like I think it always suffered a bit of an identity.
Get a double gold and it's worth like 5 or 2 FE.
What is it supposed to be? Is it a stealth thing? Is it a just run through as fast as you can? What's the decision making?
For sure. Wow.
But it's also like simultaneously it is quite well loved by the people who like it. And,
I mean, they do this in PoE too, right? Like I'm not retarded, right? They do it in PoE 1 and PoE 2 now, where they talk for like 2 hours.
Character involvement, NPCs and lore and stuff like that. So it's nice and it's.
I named my daughter after one of the characters. You better save the mechanic, please. Just saying.
I don't understand what kills me on like these. Like I'm pretty tanky.
I was gonna say, I was gonna
say. Like, is it really that much like vision damage or something? I don't fucking understand.
That would be an interesting name for my daughter.
Well, I don't know why you named her that. That's your choice.
I'm a fan, okay? It comes up every now and then, of course. Campaign and leveling. At one point, I think like Path of Exile 2 was kind of like the.
I mean, I'm tanky though.
It's
gonna kill me like in one turn. Yeah. I don't know if it's like a bug or something.
But obviously, it's a separate game now. So.
Yeah, like I don't even see my health.
But
I just see me dying in one turn.
Things and doing a few little streamlinings of earlier acts. Is this something that you're still looking to continue, especially with the context of you're saying that you're like not really beholden to trying to seek out new players now, so it might not be as important as it once was, but
I would argue it's more important.
Same happens to you on this
Because
build.
those
I think
campaign
it's a
changes
this
are what
build
helps
thing
it
or
keep
something. I'm not
fresh
sure.
for people
Yeah,
who
I
are
feel like it's a
replaying.
bug.
True.
Genuinely, because I'm like
it's
really,
way more
really,
important
really
for
tanky.
the existing players.
Like
so, yeah,
7
it
out of
is
10 tanky, which
something
is
I
like
do
really
want
high
to
in
keep
this
doing
game.
for sure.
Great.
You know, I liked the adding things like different things happening in different zones, and you know, you can kind of restructure some of the areas a little bit and add a little thing here and there. I like doing all that for sure. So yeah, I would expect to continue seeing things. I don't think we have anything particular in
40 minutes
327 for that,
Holy.
but it will, you know, at some point we'll certainly be doing another set of things, you know, and we'll try and keep that up pretty consistently. If not on a patch by patch basis, at least like, you know, every year you get a certain set of them and stuff like that, just to help it feel a bit fresh. You know, I also like the things you just get to integrate like some other random league into the campaign somewhere in a few areas. It's like, oh,
Butthole boss?
These areas are being overrun by X or something, you know.
Was it
helps
finally
feel a little bit
completed,
cool, and
serious?
the world is changing.
Did you
It's not just
complete it,
this
serious?
static thing all of the time, so.
Yeah, I like the deeper integration of league mechanics
Never
into the
tank,
campaign that
bug.
you've been doing in PoE 2 and to a lesser extent
Did you
in PoE 1.
how you need to complete it? You must be
It's good way to
absorbed.
introduce that stuff to people over time as well. Did you
I
ever
found
have, like, a crazy
Traveler.
fever
I
dream where you,
honestly
like,
don't know.
dreamt
Honestly, I have no fucking idea.
having
I
like
can
a
tell you.
league where you have some alternate leveling experience besides the
100.
campaign? I know that's never been a
Million?
way.
I have no idea. It's probably higher than that. I
Bit of
don't
a
know.
tricky one to do, honestly.
Yes, I know.
Might be a trillion.
Yeah,
I think
I don't
trillion's
know.
I don't know.
I think, you know, I'm pretty sure that has been something we've discussed for a very short amount of time, a long time ago, but don't know if we could really...
I mean, yes, I've had some fever dreams about it, but I'm like, I was just trying to remember what it was, but it couldn't work. I just remember.
Yeah, because I know, like, people ask about it every time, and I'm like, I guess I'll ask in a creative way this classic question of like, another way to level for the people who just don't like the campaign. But, like, I know that you guys. You
I
just
think
wanna
it's
make
like
the
100
campaign as
billion,
possible.
honestly.
So the answer is always, we'll make the campaign better.
Yeah. It's not a trillion.
But then I thought, yeah, like,
for sure.
A league as a throwaway thing wouldn't be that permanent problem that you have.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting. That's why
you don't want to give something that's, well, the problem is they'll like directly compete and one will clearly be better, and then everyone will just do that.
You can just make it really awful, and then they'll be like, "Oh, you're
Great,
right,
yeah, great plan. Let's just make some terrible content.
They have one prize split?
Forever again.
Cool.
What is it? Incompetence. Yes.
No, I do want to keep making it fresh, and again integrating. I want the leagues to integrate into the campaign better and feel unique. Like, I don't know if you've noticed. It is a thing in PoE 2, and we're going to start doing in PoE 1. Every single area for Rise of the Abyssal has a guaranteed drop that drops from the chest.
Yeah, it's great.
And I don't know how many people actually know this. I know it's not a secret.
The racers know.
Yeah, and then like I think like for example, the Molten Vault in Act 3 has a guaranteed unique drop for the first time you do an Abyss there.
Yep.
And so you get to do that thing where you get to like, and I want to make sure we're gonna do the system in PoE 1, by the way, with Keepers of the Flame, where you get like a kind of extra handcrafted guaranteed drop that we pick.
Cool.
For each area in the campaign. So there's a little bit of like, what's it going to be in this area and this area? And so, you know, it'll help, ideally, if we do our job right, not just like be like, I'm going to skip every single area, get to endgame, and then care about it. Which is still a fine strategy, by the way. Go for it if you want. But yeah, I don't know, maybe you'll second guess some of it now and you work out what areas you want to do. You know, I like that, but I want to make the active league feel more important in the campaign as well. So as much as we can do to strive towards having that be the case, it's always fun. I obviously understand though that like when you're insanely an accelerant player, you don't need it, right? You can just get to endgame and then deal with it. You might not want to sink the time, but like a lot of people do want to engage with it. A lot of people want to play the new league in the campaign, and so you know we should take every motivation we can to try and make that happen, and that way the campaign can feel more enjoyable. Not just be seen as a thing I need to get through, but there'll always be a bit of that, and there's not really much you can do about it. So it's really the fight to keep it as feeling as fresh as possible, with heaps of stuff going on. But it's part of that is the motivation of why we do leagues in the first place, right? Like you want to come back.
Should I gamble it again? I'll lose like this time, right? I won last time.
Imagine if you came back and there wasn't even a leak. You know, imagine you came back and it's like, okay, there's some balance changes, but like, what else is going on? You know,
I mean, it should be really easy.
You know, like
it's like 60% chance to lose.
Even we understand that you must have the league in order for the campaign to not just feel the same every single time. So.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And
which one do you think is the win?
The ones that have had less impact
this one?
on the campaign have certainly been a little bit.
This one? Which one's the win?
Right. For that
for sure.
initial leveling experience.
This
yeah,
one?
for sure, because it's just the same as before, except it's kind of honestly maybe worse. You know, and then you.
How about get erosion?
You really want to feel like the world.
Oh, I got the best roll.
Going on,
it's kind of bad divine though. How much are these?
Anyway, I'm a
5K. It's even more than last time.
I like it, but
this roll's pretty bad though.
Diverse opinions out there for that one.
Oh, for sure. It's commonly brought up. It's always worth discussing. 100%.
It's a classic.
We compromise on gold. We compromise on trade. You know, it's always good for people to ask what else we
I like to
and
check
how
in
we
and see where you guys have shifted.
Yeah, see where we are and what you know. Like nothing's set in stone forever.
I'm surprised there is one for 5K though.
Maybe this one is, but we'll see.
Maybe next Q&A.
Did it already get bought out? No, it's there. That one's kind of nice. This one should be already sold.
Interesting was
I don't know why that one is still there. It must have just got listed.
To report them, and the kind of like.
I think that one will sell.
Was,
I expect mine to sell after his.
Transfigured skill gem was like an ice golem.
Plus 3K.
Doesn't work with support gems and hasn't since launch. So just kind of like stuff getting kind of lost in the woodwork. Like.
Unfortunately, one of the realities of live service development is okay. So if we're gonna make a league by a certain deadline,
how much are supernovas?
Like
it's kind of expensive.
Every time we're looking at each issue,
your average walk. Your
is this more important than getting this league finished? And it's really hard to prioritize some of those things in some cases. Like they should get attention eventually, but it's like
your average.
We have like I have no idea how many open issues there are in our bug tracker. It could easily be tens of thousands.
It will be.
Yeah, like it will be. And like this is one of those things where like
games.
like we have this thing
Watch
where
this,
it's like okay,
a lot of money real fast.
Here's something that might affect 0.1% of players, and like it's really hard to prioritize that over like.
All right, I need like 500 FP back, and
everyone's going to be playing.
Shit, I need 2 more.
So people do get slack time where they can just kind of work on random things like that, but like it can be hard to get.
You might find something as simple as like this skill doesn't get affected by support gems.
Yeah,
could take 5 seconds and hasn't really been observed or prioritized. That is an option.
I'm hoping I get 3 1FE items.
It's going to take 5 weeks to implement some giant refactor, and honestly, we should have just deleted the skill and added 15 others. You know what I mean? Like, it's.
I don't even know. Hey, there's like some decent ones here. There's Ralph's boots. I don't know. This
it's
thing
easy to go look at that single thing after this. Ghost
Slaughter.
Bring it up and like
200.
We'll see what the problem really is. But
dude, I made my money
back.
How? That one's a 1FE. I actually made my money back.
This and about how damage it's dealt and how something with conversion and dexterity and not dexterity. And it boils down to this like giant refactor of how all this code works, and then it's like now we can do this thing. Okay, what else did it get us?
Surprised Ralph's so bad. Here, I'll gamble on Ralph's. 8% is more money. 8%. Actually won. Max dex. Perfect divine. Actually perfect.
The issue tracker, someone looked into it. They realized
now it's like 500.
Annoying detail of it that would require some larger change. And then someone was like, "Oh well, we don't have time for that. We're doing some other thing." And then it kind of gets put into some like hell of like unversion this like when we get time thing, and then it just kind of dies.
I don't think
that's kind of an unfortunate situation that
I have several thousand assigned to me in a version called unscheduled.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do.
Why how are
they
like so bad?
Like one day there used to be this optimism of like one day I'll get there, and then I've accepted defeat.
But I mean, ultimately, like obviously we prioritize things based on how much.
What is this item? I've never seen it. It must be really bad.
So if people do care a lot about it, then obviously we'll get some attention.
So to the point of the question, then, like, what can players do from their perspective for something that they think is important?
Generally, most of the media, like our community team, has a generally good eye on things that are more at the larger issues that get brought up. They do get noted down. They do generally get forwarded to us or the relevant people. For that more the fine detail bug reports, our QA team, it is part of their routine to go through the bug reports forums, and
the forum seems to be the most pertinent place.
That is part of the day-to-day routine of the QA team.
Yeah, so if you want to
play Torchlight for 30 minutes, make like 4,000 FE, it's fine, right?
I think maybe it's been missed or doesn't have enough information or could get the bug report for him.
The slash bug in game comes with
I don't know, man. I've never really been that attracted to these posts,
oh, what the heck, this generated weird, or like what the heck is
I just want the patch
here?
notes.
It does give us a like recreate of the
I would
level,
say
so we can come in and then like figure
I'm
it
interested
out.
in like 5% of the stuff they talk about. Like there's some stuff that's definitely useful and interesting to me, but like in general,
those two things are not correlated. So that's
like
if it's like broken and like if the level is bad or there's monsters in the level, something glitching out. Slash bug is a good way, and then you just, there's a brief description. If you want to like report a skill or something like that, it's better on the forums for sure.
Okay. A couple popular requests. One was dual stash tab, and also kind of tangential.
Why can't they give the patch notes while they talk? Because nobody will listen to what they say. Then everybody will just look at the patch notes.
Two stat. I was like,
well, I want more stash.
This whole thing will be pointless.
You had the quad one. You want to?
I want a halfway between those. It's too much.
Okay.
The items are too small. Duels.
Right, I got it. Okay. Generally speaking, yeah, we wanted it to always be that like rollable equipment, things with modifiers don't get specific stash tabs. Like that's the stuff you have to deal with. That's the item management should be in that. But then I understand technically compromised on flasks and you know bits and pieces, and it's like a little bit of a grey area. But like we so far have drawn the line kind of as just like. I mean, we've literally listed the rest of the stash tabs, and aside from adding new leagues and a whole bunch of new currency items here and there and stuff like that, it's been like, I don't know. I think that might be it. Like until we add.
I want an
LFG.
Stuff that requires Can I LFG? It's a really bad idea.
Maybe something comes with this league. I think this league has a locker.
85.
So whatever.
Should I buy one and use it on my amulet? It's a terrible idea.
Yeah,
like 100% terrible idea.
We'll ever really add them for the equipment.
Let me look at it.
I don't want it to be that you literally can just control click.
I think it's really bad.
People have their dump tabs and different methodologies of doing that stuff, but I don't want everything to just auto sort.
How does this work? I don't think I've used it before.
People may disagree with me, and fair enough, you can. But that is ultimately how we want it to be, where it's like there is at least some items you're kind of looking
remove
at.
corrosion,
like, especially with mods, like obviously the
very high
chance
to reroll it, very small chance to remove
with
it.
an armor, you want to look at it, see what the mods are,
what can
and
I
then
get?
make a decision.
Show? Okay.
And sure, a lot of people put it in a tab and then look at it later and make the decision. And I understand with the trade system before, what actually people were doing is just dumping it, and then if they get spam for messages, then looking at it. You know, there's stuff like that. But
why is this
I do want to make sure that you're actually reading the modifiers, assessing if it's a good item, and then making decisions on it.
It's a terrible idea. I'm gonna lose my cap
and you can work around it. That's up to you.
I don't even know how I get my cap.
But yeah, the moment that everything is just like somewhere, and you're just like, all right, and you do you even know what you got now? You know what I mean? Like, and you could argue, well, I can look at it and then control click it and it auto sort. But you know, I think we kind of drew the line at equipment. And again, I suspect a lot of people are gonna be like, well, you should change that, and I'll be like, well, I don't want to, and you know, we'll be at a disagreement there.
It's
and
funny.
Again, I'm
kind of want to do it
all
just
about having a healthy disagreement.
Alright, let's do it. I'll figure it out later.
So
who cares?
that might just be where it is, and I don't know. Reevaluate
see what happens.
in a couple Q&As from now. You know what I mean?
It gave me 61 damage instead.
On these affinities side of things, chat's mentioning that there's like a few in PoE 1
that's
that
not
are
bad.
missing, maybe like incubators and stuff.
Oh no, they are missing. It is our intention to add this.
Okay, yeah.
For that more
I'd
like
probably rather have
stuff
the
like
all res
on
on
modify stuff. It is intention to add that. Yes, 100%.
Cool, nice. Good to know. Yeah, cool. Yeah. So that's probably the ones.
I mean, we did that in PoE too. We were always like, oh, we got to release the stash tab, and then we did the whole like, wait, we can just add affinities without the tab. We can add the tab later if
so what is good here? I mean, those two mods are the best.
We still need to go through PoE 1
I think
and
elemental
ailments
and this cast one additional curse are the best for sure.
Done some really good
like if I hit this, that's insane, and then if I hit that one, it's insane.
Like
or I just brick it.
Very spam clicky. Something that was asked was the idea of consolidating harbinger shards in particular. Seems like
let's do it till I brick it. If I don't have much money though,
you know, you can only do it for a brief stretch. And Octavian was saying there was something about that happening.
I think we did.
I'm gonna break it for sure.
Yeah.
It came up when we initially were speaking.
You know what I mean, Blue Goo Goo? It'll brick before it gives me something good.
Yeah. It came up.
Now it's gone.
100% memory recall, and if we decided to do it like
now it's just a shit
might actually
amulet.
Just be in the patch notes. I don't know. There's like 50-50. It might
Wait,
just
it
be
binds
like
it to
already
you?
like.
I didn't know it binds the
drop
item.
Less of them, get rid of some of the bad ones, and drop more of the good
forever.
ones, but like fewer overall stacks. You know, higher, more in the stacks and less of the.
So if it removes the thing, it binds it to
out
it.
anyway.
Okay.
So
I mean,
hopefully we did that, and then it's in. If we haven't, then it's very clearly on the radar, and will come soon.
Cool. nice. I like this. So you had this thing. It was like, what? We need 10 quality of life improvements for each update, right? It's like bare minimum.
Yeah.
I like this. It's been paying off. I think it's. You get those nice little teasers, like pretty hype building in the lead up to it. I'm like, oh yes, give me that quality of life.
It's
juicy.
very important for a game again with so much replayability and people coming back and playing that you just start you remove a lot of this friction. You don't want to obviously make it frictionless, because some of the fun comes from a little bit of friction here and there, in some regards. But like, there's things where it's like, this obviously doesn't need to be this way.
It's the little things that erode your enjoyment of the time.
And honestly, there's a little bit of a time factor to it. It's like the longer it's been in, the more like it's like, okay, at this point, come on now.
But I can do it for fun.
We've added some other like friction and something in some other way here. We can take away from some of it over here. You don't want it to become a spreadsheet, for sure, but at the end of the day, you don't want it to just become, as we add more and more features, more and more content, it's going to, everything will have their little thing, and it's going to become growingly more annoying over time. So it's important as you add some things that require, manual intervention, you start removing some of the other ones and streamlining them, and that's
it's access.
So because the game is so replayed for so long, it's really, really, really important at this point that we are addressing as many things as we can per league, to make sure that you don't just get a build up of annoyance over the course of a long period of time.
Yes, and my hands are very much thanking you as well for a lot of these changes. Oh,
yeah, good.
Sweet.
25 minutes, supposedly.
those ones are always a good win.
What if they're still talking and then the patch notes come out?
Spectre thing and, the heist thing. There's so many that are just like, I mean, they're not... Are they QOL? Yeah, kind of. I mean, they do improve quality of life to some regard, but it's honestly kind of balance as well. It's just like, it doesn't need to be this way anymore, so let's just change it. But yeah. I don't know. We try and think of as many as possible. I love my bingo cards. I don't think I've had too many recently, so feel free to put some more bingo cards through. I love the ideas. They can look, if you don't have 20, it doesn't have to be a 5x5 grid. You can make a 2x2 bingo card. It can, if you can't think of more than 4 things, or just have 4. If you only have one thing, just a single cell bingo card. It's also fine.
Stretching the definition a little bit.
We do take a moment to sit down and go like, what do we want to fix? We crowdsource. We go to our QA. We talk to other designers here who play and stuff, and we're just like, what annoys you the most? And then we try and come up with something. So yeah,
it's good.
I don't know. It's actually quite a fun process, and we go. I think this time around we've got some pretty good winners.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely. Yeah. Oh, I mean, asynchronous trade, not to mention.
Yeah, I mean that's the big and obvious thing.
Big
but
one, yeah. Woohoo, pretty nice. So, thank you very much.
Wait, they're done?
Chat today. I look forward to playing some more.
They're done?
Good.
We'll see you fine.
Early patch notes? Are they done?
Yeah. Well, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks again, and
hopefully you guys enjoy the game.
See you later, folks.
Yeah.
They're actually done. Link me patch notes. Well, if I want to break this item, if it lets me. $199, that's really expensive. $199 it is. What are the chances this item just like chaos orbs and makes it really bad, or purges the like implicit? That would suck. I hear something. Which one am I corrupting? This one. Yeah, let's go. This one's kind of mid. Hit desecration or arrogance. Don't hit chaos or mutation. Hey. What'd I hit? More res. I gained 4 all res. I won. That counts as a win. For sure. That counts as a win. Where are my patch notes? Check Rutu's stream title. It's probably like huge buffs or something. Or I don't fucking know. Patch notes. That's, like, I need to get in there fast, because it's gonna explode for sure. Do I have to actually have to wait 20 minutes?
Oh my god.
Like, they just are gonna keep us here for another 20 minutes. They're gonna do it. They're gonna keep us here.
We have arrived.
Wait, it took me to Pox.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream.
Nope, Xing. Goodbye, Pox. Patch notes question marking you. Hello. Now what? I have to stay here 21 minutes? $19 minutes? No. No, I slop. I just want to read the patch notes to have some idea of what the fuck's going on, or am I just like, yo, I'm sending some fucking Earthshatter characters, let's fucking go for the 8th time in a row, is what it is. I wanna know my future. You know what I mean? Because I feel like that's like 95% chance right now. That's genuinely what I feel like. I feel like it's 95% chance we're just sending the slams. Wanders. Yeah, I'm not doing no wanders. What if they secretly reworked Slayer or Jug and we just didn't know it? You know what I mean? I mean, slams are cool. It's just like, it's like 8 times in a row is kind of a lot. Slams got nerfed considering what they said. I must have missed that part. I mean, they hinted that ephemeral edge type stuff they didn't care for, right? But we'll see. They nerfed Trickster a little bit last league. It didn't really matter. Just tiny slap on the wrist. I need to relook at it, but that guard skill they showed... Here's the thing, that guard skill they showed... You know who that benefits the most? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that benefits Trickster more than any other class, because the other classes already have useful guard skills because their armor is scaling. Whereas Trickster doesn't have the ability to like get a good opportunity guard skill, so it makes Trickster the best by far for it. Meaning Trickster got massive buffs from that, potentially. Just saying. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember exactly the text of it, but it looked like a non-conditional high guard skill. You know, whereas like Molten Shell requires armor, and then Immortal Call requires like endurance charges, for example. Baby dog's an Evo dog, he's an Evo dog of death. Bump bump, Evo dog of death, bitch. 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 Quinn on new Uber with lasers. Quinn didn't even kill the base versions last league, right? I think he killed one of the base versions. He didn't kill all three though, did he? I'm pretty sure he didn't kill all three. I think he only killed the like shaper looking guy. Bump it up, I'll send a couple runs. Probably not. I'm probably not doing one today. I just want to like kind of process what the fuck going on. But it might be like, yo, we're playing Zerker day one or Shatter. Woohoo! I don't think Zerker is going to be very good for the new Ubers though. You might have to be a psycho to consider doing that, but maybe they're undertuned. But the flower boss sounds pretty difficult, honestly. Just depends on their number scaling. Like, is it just like throwing some 2 fodder bosses in intermission phases, or are they actually threatening? Shopify RTZ. I've been watching some RTZ actually recently. He I don't know how to put it. He never seems very hungry to win, I would say, is the one thing I've noticed about RTZ. I've probably watched genuinely 12 hours of RTZ the past week. Like, I've watched quite a bit. And one thing I can say about him, he does not ever seem hungry to win. Like, he gets defeated pretty easily. He doesn't want to fight too hard. He wants to fight a little bit, but not too hard. Yeah, he'll fight a little bit, but he don't want to fight. He doesn't want to put too much effort in, you know. He's kind of chilling. It's kind of like Ooks. He gets defeated pretty easily. Not hungry like Mason. No, he wants to win harder than Mason does. I'll tell you that for 100% for sure. Death. Dude, what is this? 14 minutes of AFK time. I shouldn't have even afforded my like filler game. Whatever. Fucking slams, dude. I think it is. It's gonna be like last league. Everything looks cool, but like I'm scared of meta. Maybe some of the new Ascendancy stuff. Like there will be some like cool stuff like weave in, but we'll see. Bow meta, 0% chance. If anything, it's gonna be wand meta. If the wand skills are actually sick, then it makes sense to be played. Like it'll be wand meta 10 times before it's ever bow meta. Bows are so fucking bad right now, genuinely. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't really play bows, but bows are genuine trash tier right now in this current day and age. Like, they're actually horrendous dog shit. They're actually fucking, like, just genuine trash. It's not even about the defenses, they're just bad, period. There's not, like, a single redeeming quality about playing a bow build right now in PoE 1. Like, if anything, if the wand numbers are good, like, people will use wands, not bows. It'll be wands before bows, for sure. Yeah, but bows are just bad in the game right now. They're just bad, period. They have no redeeming qualities. Death. Death. Oh no. Golden Gertis, thanks, dude. I would like some patch notes, please. I would like some patch notes, please. I would like some patch notes, please. Would you like to have some patch notes with me? I would like some patch notes, please. I would like some patch notes, please. I would like some patch notes, please. Can you give me these patch notes, please? PUBG, maybe tomorrow. I think I want to play a little bit of PoE 1. Like, so I'm a little more, like, in tune with wanting to play PoE 1. No lacerate glad nerfs? I mean, this is not fucking happening. That skill fucking sucks ass. I thought there'd be a boss kill event though, to be honest. I'm surprised I didn't get one, but that's fine. We're all playing trade. Probably. Your brain is rewired to Torchlight? Yeah, I kind of stopped playing Torchlight. Like, I kind of, like, put the brakes on it for a second there. Instead of streaming another, like, you know, 12 hours, another, like, 2, 3, 4 days, whatever it's been. Because I know, like, PoE is literally in 1 week now, right? So, just stop for a moment. Before PoE. Cocky Town, thanks dude for the resub. A week of theory building? No, that's not how this game works. It's very basic and straightforward.
Meek creature!
It's probably gonna be slams, and if you want to go trickster pivot, you can go trickster pivot. But the main variable will probably be if there are any bloodline ascendancy nodes that are very appealing. That's the main, like, that's where build diversion will probably be created. But we don't have but like 1/3 of the, I don't know, how many did they say? Did they even say how many new ascendancies there were for that? It's not a lot. 10? And how many did they show? 3? 4? 3? So we only have 1/3 of them? A little under. Like, I don't know. It only takes like 1 or 2 giga nodes for everybody to like flock to those, right? I don't even know what ascendancies are good at weaving these in. I mean, it increases build diversity for sure, potentially, right? And are these supposed to go core? They're supposed to go core, right? These ascendancies? Or no? I assume they're supposed to go core. They're not like league attached, but yeah. They're not like a league thing. They just wanted to do it for whatever reason, which is kind of a nice surprise, but I was not that impressed with what I saw. There was some small interesting stuff. I mean, as someone who's played a lot of seal builds, like that seal node is really strong. It's really fun to play with, like a lot of max seal and like more seal. The seal frequency is essentially just straight CDR, so it's like really nice to have actually. But I didn't see anything that was like that crazy other than that one just seemed kind of a good fit for self-cast. Blade Blast, stuff like that. Name. 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 I wish they would remove Chieftain or just like completely redo it or revert it. Why don't I like new Chieftain's dumb to me? I hate it. Give us Mythic Katava and PoE 1. Fuck it. Turbo things will be broken? I don't think so. Yeah, Chieftain needs more reworks. Fuck it. He's an evil dog of death. What? An evil dog of death, bitch. Modern classes that, like, I think everything I play usually has a good last ascendancy net or good enough. You could argue Berserker's last 2 points of, like, Defiance aren't that good. Some Juggernaut last 2 points are kind of mid. another safe slime league. I mean, I don't know if the meta of this game will realistically, like, I just expect the game to always be the same right now until proven otherwise. Like micro changes. Glad. Yeah, maybe Glad. Assassin patch. That Assassin rework looks pretty disappointing, honestly, to me. All damage can poison, dude. Yeah, let me just get that on a heist base dagger for free. Berserker plus Wild Bear Ascendancy. I have a feeling that that is actually, you're actually nerf your character by clicking that. Like, your character actually becomes weaker. The whole point of Berserker is to have max rage at all times. Yeah. It depends on how the, like, if Adrenaline, if your max rage doesn't get consumed unless you can proc Adrenaline again, it's definitely good. Then it's definitely good. But if it just keeps, every time you hit capped rage, it just consumes it every single time, it's bad. It's just bad, period. There'll be a tiny bit of niche stuff here and there that might take advantage of it, but it's kind of bad, period. And it keeps the rage. Did they confirm that? Or are you just talking out of your ass? It's in the tooltip? It's not in the tooltip. Where's, it's in here, I think. I think it's this, maybe?
Hi.
That's definitely not it. Was it this? I think it's this. Starts at the bottom. Hi. So this says... lose all rage on reaching maximum rage and gaining adrenaline. You cannot gain adrenaline if you already have it, though. But that doesn't mean that... like, you might just lose all rage anyway, every single time you hit maximum rage, and you just don't gain adrenaline if you already have it. Like, it doesn't refresh it. Of course, it's not going to do that. But it might just, like... every single time you gain max rage, it will always instantly lose... you'll instantly lose all your rage no matter what. It might work that way. And if it works that way, it's bad. If it can only lose all rage... because it also says lose all rage on reaching maximum rage as an absolute, right? Which means it should work that way. Meaning it should always absolutely make you zero rage as soon as you hit max rage. Which is really, really bad. Which means it's basically a downside for Berserker. Because Berserker wants to stay max rage. Because Berserker gains so much damage per rage point that, you know, maybe it's slightly better to have adrenaline, but it's not ideal and it's not good. Just because it sounds like it makes sense and should make sense doesn't mean it actually makes sense and should be used that way. It looks... I just genuinely think this is bad, unless it will only consume max rage whenever you don't have adrenaline. Then it's really good. Then it would be really good. It would be really, really, really good. It would make Berserker insane. This would genuinely make Berserker insane if it works that way. But judging by the wording, it's like an absolute, right? It says lose all rage, basically saying lose all rage every single time on reaching maximum rage. That's basically how it's worded, right? Lose all rage on reaching maximum rage. Period. Which means it should happen every single time you hit max rage, which is bad. And then as an addition, you gain adrenaline. Yeah. Like, the way it's worded is really bad, meaning it's bad for Berserker. I don't even know who it's good for. It's not good for basically anybody with how it's worded. But if for some reason it will only proc whenever you can gain adrenaline, then it's pretty good. Then it's like it's genuinely really, really good for Berserker. It'd be like crazy busted on Berserker if it works that way, but judging from the wording, it looks like it's just gonna fuck you in the ass. Unlucky. I think this is my favorite one of everything I've seen from the 3. Like, this one's so stupid, man. Like, you're fucking assholes. Like, what? Like, I don't understand, dude. Can't use amulets Can't use utility flasks. Can't use belts to gain 1 ring. I don't fucking know, dude. Like, I like, why? The sacrifice of blood one here is, I think, genuinely very, very strong, actually. The problem is it does have a 50% less life regen rate, but like that can potentially just straight up be 30% more max hit, right? Which is kind of nuts, but it does require 8 corrupted items. That's like basically like every item minus 1 or 2, right? Corrupted. That's a lot of corrupted items. Yeah, it's like almost all your items, but it can be really strong potentially. You also get the other mods too, though, to be fair. VoD non-Aurus souls require 80% less souls. That's a lot. When you reach full energy shield, gain 5 max res for 4 seconds. I mean, if you literally have 1 in energy shield, it's not bad. But anything that's like an attack-based build is going to be playing Blood Rage. You would need like... I guess you could do like 1 ES on hit somewhere. Like, where can you get ES on hit? A blue jewel, right? Is there anywhere else that's easy? Like, if you just have like 1 ES, like 1 item with like a sliver of ES, or like an amulet with 1 ES roll or something, or just like 1 flat ES somewhere, and then... notes? Give me the link. Let's try. Okay, so I want the stuff that we don't know yet. Not this. It looks like this is all the stuff we already know. Added bloodline classes, I'll start here, to the base game and as a means of new character customization in the game. Cool. There are secondary ascendancy classes, blah, 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 blah. Alright, it doesn't tell you anything. Alright. Introduce lonely, reverent, and traumatic fragments. Those are for the Uber bosses. These new fragments can be obtained from T17s. This seems a little cooked, but, you know, whatever, it's fine. The Feared Maven invitation now requires Awakener and the incarnation of Dread to be witnessed instead of Chula and Adziri. Adziri is one of the main ones that it's a really big threat, but Awakener and Feared might be a thing. Like, Awakener and Feared could be like a Monka kind of thing. Because he's probably going to spam Meteor Degen in your arena, and he's going to do the Meteor, pull you into the center. So you're fighting Elder, Shaper, Awakener, Dread. And who's the last boss? You're fighting someone else. Who am I forgetting? There's one boss. Cortex. Yeah. Awakener Meteor into Cortex Slam is instant death.
Meek creature.
And Cortex pulling you back into an Awakener Meteor is also probably pretty bad on most builds. Hopefully there's no tornadoes. I doubt there will be tornadoes, but I expect Awakener Degen to be in there. That's interesting. The Hidden is now replaced with the Remembered, so the new guys. That's fine. Tier 17 map modifiers now grant item rarity, item quantity, and pack size at values similar to red maps, except in cases where the item rarity had been specifically augmented to be higher. Does that mean they changed anything with, like, the bonus? Like, you gain 200% item currency and shit like that? That sounds like a... I'm assuming that's might be what it means, like, nerf-wise, which is good, if that's the case. Tier 17 maps can now be corrupted to have 8 modifiers again. Okay. The Abyss Scarab no longer causes abysses in an area to spawn hordes as they travel, and that now instead causes abyss pits in areas that do not lead to an abyssal depths to spawn a trove. That's an abyss nerf for spamming in 17s. Additional bosses from Blight Scarab of Blooming no longer spawn extra mobs in their wave. I don't know, I never use those. Cartography Scarab of Risk now is 1 limit instead of 5. Don't even know which one that is. The following maps in the Atlas: Academy sucks ass, Arachnid Nest is mid, Arena's pretty bad, Burial Chambers is kind of annoying boss, Cells is bad, Coves is good, Craters, whatever. Crimson Temple is fine. Desert is okay. Excavation's kind of bad. Factory's kind of bad. Parking River, don't like the boss. Infested Valley's fine. Lava Chamber's bad. Lookout is good. Marshes is kind of bad, I think. Mud Geyser's fine. Pit is kind of bad. Port's fine. Primordial Pool is fine. Residence is kind of whatever. Vents is good. Summit's whatever. Thicket is kind of whatever. Volcano is good. Volcano is the one with like the totem boss at the end, right? Yeah, I think so. There's like mid maps there. In the Keepers of the Flame League, breach clusters have been removed from the passive. Breach clusters have had their move left side. Beyond clusters have been moved to the left side, and then breach is on the right side. Okay. The straight and narrow notable. I don't even know what some of these are. Whatever. They're just adjusting things for. Noticeably. Breach League uniques are no longer upgraded from Breach Blessings. Blessings can now only upgrade Breach Stones. Breach is no longer a reward outcome from other content. The All-Flame Ember of Kulamak is unable to substitute it that fled in Keepers of the Flame Leagues. Valdo's puzzle box cannot produce outcomes containing Breach or Breach Lords during Keepers. Heist, which could previously spawn Breach rewards, now spawn Gold Room rewards with drop a lot of gold. Sure. Vaw Breach will be unobtainable this league. Pre-existing Breach rewards on blueprints now give gold. Rogues start at max level. Trarthan gems can now be found. Dude, those are so bad, dude. All of them. Opening a Blight chest opens all other Blight chests. Dude, Blight farmers are eating good this league for sure. Syndicate medallions are now more common from high level base. Betrayal, safe houses. Sure, I didn't feel like that was the issue. The issue was the item she drops, the one that you want. I don't remember which item it was called with the item, but it was very, very rare. The orb thing. You are now less likely to get high rarity divination cards from chests and betrayals. Transportation, safe house. Grab nerf! It's there. It's finally here, guys. We finally made it. Gravicious sucks. Grav nerf. Harvest Reforge crafts which guarantee a certain modifier type, such as Reforge a rare weapon with random modifiers, including a lightning modifier, will now respect on items which restrict modifier types, such as cannot roll attack mods. I don't know which scenario they're talking here, but okay. The reroll high quality recruits cost 16k instead of 20. Sure, save gold. Rogue Exiles now drop less items. This does not affect their bonus additional drops of each equipment. Sure. Gigantic Rogue Exiles are revived in rituals as regular Rogue Exiles. Unlucky. Some Exile nerfs. Exile farming nerfs. Drowning Orbs can no longer drown the player faster when they have sources of debuffs on you expire 100% faster. I have never heard about this. I'm sure other people knew about this, but that's fucking funny as shit. That's fucking funny. Spell suppression now Spell suppression now prevents 40% of damage from suppressed hits. Previously 50%. An actual spell suppression nerf. That's not big enough to change anything, but I mean, we'll take it. Any spell suppression nerf is probably one like that's fine, right? Like any spell suppression nerf is totally justified. 40%. What is the relative damage if you're playing at 100 spell suppression here that you're taking? Like, how much of a nerf is this technically, like on your actual, like in practical gameplay? If you take 100 damage, you would take 50, and now instead you take 60. Is it 20? Yeah, 10% would be 5. So you're doing that 2 times, 20% more damage. So you're taking 20% more damage if you were always playing at cap spell suppression. I mean, effectively taking 20% more damage from every spell in the game is significant. It's a decent nerf. I think I would pog out if this was probably like 35. But I mean, I'm like, that's cool. Sure, I'm down with that change. Honestly, that seems good. I like that. Skill gym changes. Here we go. It's gonna be the Cyclone now deals 20% more damage at all levels. Well, 20% of 0 is still 0. Blade Fall now has a base crit of 10. I don't know what actually plays straight up base Blade Fall as pure damage. Blade Fall of Impaling, 15% base crit. Don't think that matters. Charthus, Blade Fall has 50% more damage. That sounds like a lot to me. I don't know what that gem even does, but okay. Blast Rain of Charthus. Dude, fuck Charthus gems, you assholes. Blink Arrow of Prismatic Clones. Minion duration is now 5 seconds, previously 20 seconds. Was it good? Blink Arrow of Bombarding Clones, 33% less damage, 5 second duration instead of 20. Dude, they're like shitting on, yeah, they're shitting on this shit. That's like 1/4. Wait. Oh no. This isn't good. I hate this. I hate this. I hate that. That sucks. Why are we back to Bone Shatter? I'm not playing it. Bone Shatter now deals 6% more damage per trauma, previously 4%. I mean, that's a lot. That's a hefty buff. However, I noticed if this included the alternate quality of Bone Shatter, which I don't think it does, right? If this included the alternate quality of Bone Shatter, this would actually be, I would probably play that. If the, man, they were close to getting me. They were genuinely really close to getting me. If this included the alternate quality of Bone Shatter, I probably would have played that. Yeah, it would be in its own line. That's kind of... Zaki, are you in chat? Make this affect the alternate quality of Bone Shatter. The what's it called? Complex Trauma. Give Complex Trauma that buff also. 50% more. It would be actually, like, pretty insane. Zaki, show yourself, boy of a human mortal fool. That's, this is already a playable skill. And it getting... I don't even remember how much trauma stacks we were playing at. Let's say, like, 20, right? So you're going from... like 100% more damage to 140. That's like a 40% buff or something. Yeah, it's like a 40% buff. 40% buff on Bone Shatter is quite a bit, but Bone Shatter, even though it's been kind of a semi-meta skill, it's a pretty bad skill. Actually, genuinely, it's a pretty bad skill. It's not even that good. I would say it's a pretty bad skill. I don't think they got me on that one. I think Slams should probably still absolutely fucking dunk and shit on it. Elemental Hit now has 40% more meter radius. And an attack speed of 120% base. Yo, that's kind of a big buff. 20% Elemental Hit buff with 40% more AoE. Now has a mana cost. Who cares? And wait, the mana cost is even lower too now? Jeez. Dark Pact. Dark Pact. Isn't Dark Pact a usable skill? That's 50% more damage, isn't it? Now sacrifices 12%. Oh, Skeleton's Life. I don't even fucking know how that skill works. Explosive Conch. Why the fuck did they nerf the shit out of this? Am I reading this correctly? 50% nerf on E-Conch? Like, I know it's a good leveling skill, but it's not a good in-game skill. Why nerf it 50%? Yeah, I know it's a good leveling skill, but like, fuck, man. It's like 50% nerf. I don't think that's justified, but whatever. I don't play it anyway. Exsanguinate now deals 50% more base damage. Okay, sure. Yeah, I guess. I mean... Flames of Judgment granted by Ad Series Flask now penetrates 50% fire res, previously 25%. Hex Blast now has 200% more damage with hits if the enemy is hexed. And 90% more damage with ailments if the enemy is hexed. I don't remember what they fucked in the ass on this skill before to know like where that stands now, because I never played it. Looks like all Hex Blasts got like some buff back. It's the cooldown got fucked. Okay, so it's probably still pretty bad, I'm guessing. Peaconk is now has... Peaconk got nerfed too. I don't even consider these as like maybe like B tier skills. The concoctions. They're like B tier skills to me. Like there's no way I would even put any conk in A. Like yeah, it's like S for like leveling as fast as possible on a first character if that's your like goal. But like these like I don't understand. Placed Pyroclast mines no longer have an aura that adds fire damage. Thank God they removed this weird ass fucking mechanic. That is totally justified. That was like some weird psycho nonsense going on there for a long ass time. Shield Crush now eats dog shit. Previously ate dog shit. Spectral Helix is still shit. Alright, good to know. Spectral Throw. These are like PP trickle buffs. Storm of Judgment, same as the other Adzuri staff mod. Winter Orb now fires projectiles every 1.2 second, previously 1.6, and now has 80% more of projectile frequency while channeling, previously 125. I don't even fucking know what that means. So it gained attack speed, but it simultaneously lost attack speed on the scaling or something, right? Isn't that basically what's happening here? I don't fucking know. I don't play this shit. Sunder of Charthus. Wave can now restart up to 3 times, previously 2. That's dumb. Slams untouched. Yeah, I mean, the only real notable thing I've seen... Dude, there's no way. Volcanic Fissure of Staking no longer has 50% more AoE. Fissures will not automatically target enemies hit by the explosion. Like, why kill a skill that's mid at best? You fucking assholes. It's not even that good. It's, you killed a playable skill for no reason. Now it's just not playable. Not that I care. It's just like that's cooked to me. Like this wasn't even a broken skill. It was a perfectly fine in the middle of the pack skill that's playable if people want to play it. Like, you know, let people have their fun if they want to play Volcanic Fissure. Nothing wrong with that. Vol Gym changes. Vol Cyclone 20% more. Reap has that buff, and then this has the scaling of the other Spectral Throw. Same thing. Support Gym changes. Corrupting Cry does more damage. Energy Leech support no longer has supported skills deal more damage, while leeching life supported skills now deal 15 to 24% more damage while on full energy shield. Previously 10 to 14. Quality now grants... Ew. Wait, isn't this like giga nerfed? Or am I cooked? This is like massively nerfed, right? Or am I wrong? This is like this is like 20% like less damage. Nerf, yeah. Yeah. This is big nerf for that. Like this gym, if I remember right, the numbers were something like, wasn't it something like 24% more damage while leeching energy shield, and then 24% more damage while you're on full ES, which is basically Trickster 100% uptime. Yeah, yeah. And now it's just like fucked in the ass. Okay. The Rupture debuff can now... Nobody ever used that in their life. What they do is sadism. Damaging ailments inflicted with supported skills now deal 98% faster at level 20, previously 79. And now has 70% less duration instead of 80. Like, I feel like this has to be a thing by now. Does anything even use this? Like, the numbers are pretty good. I just don't know what frequency of, like, something uses this. Like, that's a pretty hefty buff. Like, whatever uses this. Where, like, the less duration isn't that big of a deal. I don't even know what, like, likes this gym. Because the numbers aren't bad. I just don't know what actually makes sense to play with it. It's, like, a pretty big buff. Ignite what, though? Mamba, like... Mamba? I don't even know. EQ's too slow. Ascendancy changes. What? Nagamahu now grants 4 strength on the jewels instead of 3. Yeah, nobody's using that. Worthy cause notable. Now grants banner skills have 100% duration. Not previously 50. Yeah, nobody's using that. Assassin. We saw that. Trickster. Wait. The Heartstopper notable ascendancy passive now grants every 10 seconds. Take 50% less damage from hits for... Wait, they buffed it. Wait, what? Why'd they buff this? Nobody takes this, but like they buffed that node for whatever reason. Anyway. Soul Drinker no longer has 20% increased attack speed and cast speed while leeching ES. The Spellbreaker notable no longer has 20% spell suppression and now has prevent plus 15% spell suppression on full energy shield, previously 10%. The one step ahead notable ascendancy passive, your action speed is at least 90% of your base, previously 108. And nearby enemy is at most 50%, previously 92. I mean, that's like a nice slap on the wrist for sure. Combine that with the energy leech support, that's like not bad. That's not bad for nerfs. I don't think that's fucking the class in the ass though, but I think it will slow it down a bit. I do think that will slow it down a bit. As far as survivability goes, if generically everybody takes a suppression nerf from 50% to 40% relative to the other classes, I mean, it's still like at the very top for survivability, right? Because that stupid body armor node. Like Clockwork now grants 40% CDR, previously 30. Elementalist now provides 50% increased effect of your golems, previously 100%. Does anybody even play this guy though? Why are golems nerfed? It's Beyond C, thanks to for the resub. I don't understand. The Corpse Pact, a notable ascendancy passive, now has 4% increased attack and cast speed for each corpse consumed, up to a maximum of 200. Previously 2, so faster ramp. Pathfinder. If Bithmus is consumed, you get 25% pen instead of 20. 250 crit, that's a lot. That's a big buff on crit. I don't know what takes advantage of this ever. But that's a lot of crit, for sure. Now grants bonuses to non-channeling skills you are consuming 3 charges, whatever. The Lesson of Seasons notable grant now has prevent 3% of spell suppressed spell damage per bark. The bark thing is so weird, man. Wait, this is good though. Yeah, there's actually a decent warden buff. Bark Skin no longer has a mana reservation. That's not bad. I don't remember what warding clicks, but if Bark Skin is free, I mean, that's nice. It's not like a reliable defense, but it's defense still. I mean, that's a fair buff for sure. I don't think it changes like the game in any way, but it's definitely a nice buff. What do we got here? Hinakora's Sight. Now has prevent up to 6% spell suppression, previously 3%. I'm sure, whatever. Nebulous Unique Scepter now has 5 to 10% increased elemental damage per resistance above 75. Wait, what the fuck? Why would they nerf this dog shit ass item anyway? It wasn't even good, and then you nerfed it more. I don't understand. Whatever, moving on. It's nerfed. I don't know why, but it is. These are all wand things. Wine of the Prophet unique flask doctor buff now displays as a granting stolen modifiers for 60 seconds. Previously stated 20, but was functioning at 60, such as tooltip error. The Whispers of Infinity unique amulet now has plus 50 to 100 max ES, previously 200 to 400. Yeah, I mean, the number of 200 to 400, especially with Carapace Catalyst or whatever the fuck they're called, was kind of like retarded. I don't know like how that even shipped in the first place at plus 400. That's kind of silly. That counts as a trickster nerf. Rune of Recompense has been renamed to Runegraft of Refraction. It no longer grants 10% of skill mana cost per unspent chain projectiles end up to 50%. And instead now grants fire at most 1 projectile, skills chain 1 time, and projectiles fork. Weird. Redeemer amulets can now roll prevent 3 to 5% spell suppression. Previously 2% mitigation. I mean, that's not bad. It's not bad. This mod is strong. This mod is genuinely strong for mitigation. Because if you're playing at a 4%, you go up 5%, right? That's a lot. It's pretty strong. That's really strong against Ubers and bosses in general. Bunch of wand crit base changes. Some dagger crit base changes. Sure, whatever. Ruthless, no, I'm not reading that. Refactored how monsters with physical damage converted to elemental damage scale with monster modifiers with maps that have granted physical damage as an extra element. In general, these modifiers will have far less effect on high-level monsters that converted most of their damage. I feel like this change is needed for like 15 years or something. I will assume it's just like the multi-dipping type stuff, right? Is like a little bit more safe. Like if you have some of those monsters, like if you had like a damage gained as an elemental type, the damage increase was like so high. I'm assuming it's stuff like that, right? Is where they're looking at. Or just like big hard auto attacking monsters like what are those things called? Searing Exarch Minotaurs in your maps and shit, where they have very high physical damage converted. Stuff like that. Adjusted the Incarnation's boss fights, generally resulting in less life but more damage or debuff potency. That's interesting. Because people were dying to their damage before. They were tanky as fuck, for sure. Malachi, the Nightmare, should now more reliably remove invulnerability visuals from his life bar when he becomes targetable. Cool. Sure. Kirak modifiers, quest change rewards, UI bug fixes. Fix a bug where Summon Reaper, nobody plays that. Fixed a bug where lightning resistant synthesis mods could still roll on weapons. Fixed a bug where simplex, amulets, and high space with similar implicits could be magic rarity with modifiers. What does this mean? Does that nerf crafting it? Yeah. Huh. So how do you get the Giga Amulets now? See anything notable here, really? Just some tiny pea trickle stuff. Well, the stuff we need data mined is the new bloodline ascendancies. But in general, the skills that are good are still good. I don't know if anything really births from any of this. I think the stuff that is good right now is still good. The only, like, Trickster kind of got hit a little bit, but defensively, like, control-wise, it should be still, like, one of the best ascendancies, if not still the best ascendancy. Yeah. It's a little bit stronger patch notes than last league, but they're nothing, like, that's gonna, like, greatly dictate changes in the game. But then again, like I said, the bloodline stuff is the last line of stuff that's definitely gonna matter. This one's interesting to me. I don't know if I play it, though. I feel like slams are too good. $50, 40% more damage, roughly, or something like that. I mean, I wasn't expecting much. I expect the meta of PoE to be the exact same for the rest of its existence. Whenever they want to change it, whether it be, you know, they're close to 3, 4, 5, 6 leagues or whatever, awesome. But I don't expect major changes ever again. So anything that shifts things around is, you know, good. But it might take some leagues. Trickster nerfs, they're pretty significant, I think. The spell suppression nerfs are interesting too. The funny thing about the spell suppression nerfs, though, at the same time, as much as I agree with this, is it does really, really hurt some builds. It definitely hurts some builds really bad. It hurts like anything ranger that would cap spell suppression. It's just like, is it good enough now? I'm not sure. The grab farming, yeah, I mean, some people would just randomly get lucky here and there, myself included. Not last league, but you know, I have before. Boat stick, thanks, dude. Well, no. The only thing that, with the information that I have, that has any amount of weight,
remove spell suppression,
is there a bone shatter angle that's worthwhile? I'm not sure. Maybe. Yes, maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks like T17 nerfs for currency farming, especially with Abyss nerfs. Cyclone, these aren't strong enough buffs for Cyclone still. I think it's actually slams are still king. It's not even I actually think. It's just slams are still king for early game. You know, that first character up to level 99-ish territory, level 100, whatever you want to call it. Those first, like, 4 days, 5 days of the league, first week of the league, like, slams are just so fucking good. Still. They're so fucking good first week. There's nothing that changes it here. If anything, they're potentially buffed. There's nothing that nerfs slams. Other than Volcanic Fissure. But yeah, there's nothing that nerfs slams. They're just buffed. So it's another slams day one, realistically. The crit helmet? Yeah, that's fine. There's nothing that nerfs slams. Yeah, I mean, Cyclone's pretty fucking dog shit. Has been since Legion. Definitely not bows. If you're playing something ranged attack, it's wands for sure. I mean, Elemental Hit has, like, I don't even know how Elemental Hit fares at this exact moment, but it, like, it's, like, not a zero nerf. That's not, like, a zero buff. It's, like, more than 20%. I can't believe they buffed Bone Shatter. Can we get... Yo, Zaki, give us a complex trauma buff on Bone Shatter. Relative to that Bone Shatter buff. If you're going to buff Bone Shatter 40%, buff complex trauma 40%. I would love to play some complex Bone Shatter if it got a 40% buff. I wouldn't even think twice about it. I already know I would send that. I 100% would send that. Give me a complex buff, 40%. I'm gonna tell him right now, actually. I'm just gonna, like, open up Discord. I'm gonna... Oh, he's typing. I see him. Zaki. Buff complex trauma 40% like regular Bone Shatter. So I can play a cool skill. TY. Hold up. I need to add a core ghost dance too. Sent. I'll tell. Oh, yeah, I'll tell Balance Guy. If I get it through, you guys can all thank me. If they like, I don't really ever like say anything to them, but like if that actually goes through, you guys can thank me for that one, because I would genuinely would play that. 100%, I would play that. If they give Bone Shatter of Complex like a 40% buff, I will fucking send that without hesitation. I will send that 100%. . I mean, what if they nerf bleed scaling, dude? Like, I don't really care. Like, I just want to have fun playing the game, and you know, if I have to play Earthshatter, I'll have some fun with it for a bit or whatever. But like, I really would rather, like, the dream scenario for me is so far away. The way I want to log into PoE 1 in a new league is I want to fucking use a melee skill that uses a shield and it not be dog shit. That's what I want. That's what I've wanted since shields got buffed like 5 years ago, but there hasn't been a single fucking relevant shield skill to play in the past 5 years of PoE 1 that I haven't even had the chance to do that one time. It's been 5 years, and there's no skill like, yo, I don't fucking care what it is. If it's like Elemental Hit, Wild Strike, I don't fucking know, Molten Strike. I guess you could argue Ephemeral Edge, but fuck, yes. It's like there hasn't been a relevant like shield skill for like 5 years. There just hasn't. I don't even mean a shield skill. Just like I'm using a one-hander and a shield. That's what I want to play. A one-hander and a shield. Retaliation skills. Default attack is like competitive against retaliation skills. There just hasn't been like, we haven't had a shield skill to play in years. Like a one-hander and a shield skill. Dual Strike of Ambidexterity was the last time I felt really pulled into PoE 1. And that was Affliction League, I believe, right? I think it was Affliction League or the league after that. Was it Affliction League or the league after that? Yeah, it was Necro. Yeah, the last time I was really pulled into PoE 1 where I felt refreshed and I felt like things were different and things were like, you know, the way we were playing the game was different was, well, yeah, it was when I played Dual Strike of Ambidexterity. Blade Flurry Gladiator with Abyssus. You already typed that though, remember? Like 10 seconds ago. I don't know why you typed it again. I just prefer one-hander and a shield skills. Okay, so Korgos, but he's evil. He's evil. Let me show you something, Snowscara. And this is something you need to keep to yourself. I have to, hold on, let me find it. You can't show anybody this, Snowscara. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. I don't think it's that one. Actually, it is. Alright. You can't show this to anybody, Snowscara, understand?
He is truly evil.
Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm telling you? You're putting that on YouTube? Yeah, let me give you a boot.dev later. And then put that on YouTube also. I got one on standby. Yo, the dream, the best case scenario, give me Bone Shatter of Complex Trauma. Just give me Bone Shatter of Complex Trauma. That's all I ask for, man. You feel me? That's what I ask for. That's all I need. I don't know if I'd play regular Bone Shatter with a 40% buff. Maybe. Baby dog is an evil dog, is an evil dog death, bitch. Evil dog death, bitch. Evil dog. Baby dog. Baby dog. Evil dog. Evil dog death. Evil dog death. Evil dog death. Evil dog death. He is truly evil. It'd get only 20% more. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Rate the patch notes. Rate the patch notes. 3? Yeah. I'll give it a 2 or a 3. I kind of feel you. Yeah, about a 3. I mean, there are some good things in there. I'll give it a 3.5 for the Trickster nerfs. And the suppression nerfs. I'll give it a 3.5. Yeah. I'll give it a 3.5. I can't give it a big score because there's like these skills that are getting buffed. Nobody cares about most of these. All right. There's like one here and there that like, you know, maybe it's a thing. Like, why they nerf Volcanic Fissure and why they nerf Bama, I don't know. Those aren't even good skills. They're just fun builds in the current day and age that people should enjoy playing. They're not even top tier, neither of them. Why they got nerfed into Oblivion, I don't fucking know, but that's dumb. It's just dumb. Sorry, it's just the truth. It's dumb. To change the meta, yeah, such a high percentage, you know, Fubgun playing as Bama, you know, you got Fubgun playing as Bama and his you know, whatever, like no. I don't even know who played Bama, Rise QT or something. Don't worry, the Bloodlines Ascendancies, there'll be some cool stuff there for sure. He is truly evil. 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 Juggernaut? Honestly, it might be a Slayer angle. I don't know. We'll see. I'm down to play some Slayer. I feel like dropping to the ground, Slayer style. Maybe. Slayer, Berserker. I mean, the main thing is, like, give me the Bloodlines shit. That's what I want to see. Show me that Bloodline shit, and then I can make a better decision. An evil dog could be a baby dog, and a baby dog is an evil dog. I am more optimistic and hopeful, for sure, than I was last league. And that's because I don't fucking know. But 3 out of 10 of those Bloodline Ascendancies. So there's still 7 Ascendancies that could have some cool stuff. I'm just, you know what I mean? It's just the truth. You know, there's still a chance. There's still a chance. Also, they nerfed Trickster, which is awesome. What if they're all ass? Well, then I'm gonna shove something cylindrical into my ass. Okay? It's fine. He's an evil dog, dead be evil dog, dead be baby there, baby there. Where am I? Hello? Think about this. What if, like, the sickest Ascendancy node is, like, locked behind some boss that nobody ever wants to do, ever? What if it's, like what's the most, like, annoying-ass boss to get to? Like, All is the one that comes to my head, but there's surely one that's worse, right? Is it All? It might just be All. Uber at Zeri? Uber at Zeri's not that hard to get, honestly. You get fragments for free just by playing the game from Betrayal. I don't even know if that's true, that's, like, since they changed Betrayal, but whatever, I'll pretend like it is. I don't know, I feel decent about the league. Like, last league, I felt full despair. But, like, I don't feel that way. I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be fine. I don't think it's gonna be like a, you know, this isn't like fucking Affliction League all over again or something, or like a 10 out of 10 league, but I think it'll be better than, like, average. Last league was genuine, like, picture this. You go and you get a coffee from your favorite coffee place and then take a drink and it's just poop. That's kind of what last league was. You know what I mean? Time to do some Slayer and fucking Berserker campaign runs. Tomorrow. Not today. Maybe Zaki will get my back and he'll give me the complex trauma. We'll get the complex trauma buff. That's, you know, needed. Does my PoE even run? I haven't launched this game since, I don't even know. Do 3 GB patch. He is truly evil. Mercs are gone, yeah. They said they wanted to bring Mercs back in, didn't they, or something? I wasn't really listening. I don't really hear the context of what they were saying. Later. Man, can you survive T17 for non-die? No, that's impossible, dude. There's no way you can do that non-die. What is this? Logged in. If I Q, I leap slam. Bone Shatter? I'm not sure I want to play it. Maybe though. I don't even know what this character was. He's level 90. I don't even know what I was doing. It's been a while. You think I die in one map? Maybe. I don't know what this character did. Is he good? Yeah, this character's strong. Holy shit. Maybe some fresh character, look. What are my keybinds? I don't even know. Vaughn? Yeah, it's pretty bad. I'm playing Complex Trauma too. I shouldn't have done this, honestly. Holy shit, I forgot about the, whatever this thing's called.
Victory must be
Tank.
all that glitters is gold.
Elder Currency. The, Flask pianos in this game, and this character is using some bleed flask I have to manually press. Sick. Ramping? How's the damage? Is it good? Yeah, Zaki, give me the buff. I need to stop, like, give me the buff for Complex Trauma, so I can have fun. Just give me the buff for Complex Trauma. This is always a fresh character. I only played him for a little bit, though. I think I just played him for like 2 streams or something. Oh. Dude, the damage. Ramping. How good's my axe? Yeah, that's kind of good, honestly. I've got double dot multi on it. I don't even know how that happened.
Sometimes the Templars.
The Syndicate.
We'll let you smolder behind bars for a while.
What's my helmet? Is it good? Dude, my gear's so bad.
Come on now.
Do my last grav? Alright, we'll do one more final grav before this shit's gutted. I kind of want to play kind of deep. Do I have 7 days or 8 days? Like, how many days is it actually till the thing? Do I have a keybind for TPing? I think so. It's 8? Okay. Watch this, Arion. Boom. 7 life recovery.
Thanks.
I mean... If we get Charthet or Complex Trauma buff, I'm gaming, dude, for sure. I'm gaming that. Quentin Crawford style, you feel me? Draw your last grab right now, because that's what I'm about to do. Do I have +1 strike? I surely do. Not on gloves. Do you have the note on the tree? I do. Yeah, I see it. I'm gonna die to this guy.
To the death. Ah, the bargain.
Oh, I trolled myself. Who knows how I trolled myself? Who knows? Who knows where I trolled myself? This life recovery mod blocks my body armor thing. I'm logging off, dude.
Death or no deal.
No
This
way.
time. I underestimated yourself.
Yeah, I lost like 300 HP. No fucking way. Actually got it. Rigwalds. Here it is. The last time. I'm playing the build that wants this. This game sucks. Like, I literally want this for my build on this character. What is this, dude? I don't even understand. I don't even understand. It's like giga dog shit divine, though. I mean, honestly, the number one thing that matters is the max, right? Yeah. But complex is kind of weird. Can I use it, or do I brick res? Yo, my res is really good. I can use it. I lost chaos res. Well, I got the Rethloplos coil on this character. It's a sign? I mean, I'm down to play something like this. Dude, what the fuck, man? Yo, this item's kind of good. 7% life recovery rate. I have no currency because I'm like level 10. Oh my god. We'll do some stuff tomorrow. I'm done for now. I'm leaving. Patch! Looks better than last league's patch. But it's like day one. Everybody's gonna be like day one slams for sure, I feel like. It's like everybody's day one slams all over again. And I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not surprised. This character is a juggernaut. What nodes did I click? I have Uber Lab, right? Surely. Regen. Yeah. Oh no. Whatever, I'm leaving. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do some like PoE, bleed-in.
Can I help?
Whatever. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Be back tomorrow. We'll